Chapter 476. The successor of Shinjai's sect, Kaori Karasawa, took 11 minutes to defeat the second-seeded Vagar with half a move after the arena had turned into a mess. She was the first to advance to the semifinals. This intense battle gave the audience a new understanding of the two inhuman mighty ones. Vagar, who had given it his all, was at least 30% stronger than when he had almost lost to Lu Cheng in the double elimination round. It was breathtaking. On the other hand, the beautiful Kaori Karasawa's explosive power at the critical moment was even more terrifying. It was comparable to Peng Liyun's performance when he turned the tables on Arhat Waku. In the live stream post, Unparalleled Dragon King praised excitedly, "Brilliant. Vagar is strong, but Kaori Karasawa is stronger. Get a stool and wait for the match between Lu Cheng and that wretched guy." Wonton Seller was having a carefree time during the summer break of her third year of high school. Why wretched guy? Okamoto's fan seemed a little sensitive to this term. Wonton Seller transformed into rolling glutinous dumpling and said, "He's always hiding in the corner sneakily. That's why he's a wretched guy." 23333, well said. Thumping the ground laughing expression, replied, Brahman. Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling wandered over and said, "I'm waiting for the big shots to analyze the match." After saying this, she weakly added, "You're right. The fourth-seeded guy only has one more seeded than the fifth-seeded guy. He shouldn't be that much stronger, they don't have the same fighting style, so there's no direct comparison." Road to the arena, explained to the little girl with a sense of accomplishment. Muko Yamashita is a head-on battle type, which suits Lu Cheng's taste. However, Bantam likes to fight in close quarters and move around. He either doesn't give you the chance to use your big move, or makes it so that your big move can't hit him. Also, and Chaoyang mentioned on Weibo that Bantam's darkness can secretly weaken his opponent. The exact method is unknown. In other words, the longer Lu Cheng fights, the higher the chances of him losing. A plumber eating mushrooms chimed in, so it's about a 4 to 6 chance of winning. Lu Cheng 40% and Bantam 60%. Both of them have a chance of winning. Bantam's fighting style is sinister and vicious. He's good at avoiding his opponent's strong points and attacking his weak points. Even if Lu Cheng wants to end the battle quickly, he probably won't be able to catch him. This is very dangerous, that's right. With 3 minutes as the boundary. If Lu Cheng can't beat Bantam in the first 3 minutes, then he won't be able to win. Pig Riding Knight agreed. Even if force concentration can effectively neutralize weakness, it can't withstand the accumulation of weakness. His girlfriend, Above the Sky, said, "I'm looking forward to the first 3 minutes of the match. It will definitely be more intense than the previous one." "What they said is what I want to say," Unparalleled Dragon King said in a comical manner. "Then I'll probably suffocate for 3 minutes. Yen Shaoling replied. Hugging head, kneeling on the ground, trembling expression, Brahman immediately said, "I'm so nervous that I can't eat my snacks." As they chatted and discussed, time passed by slowly. The second round of the quarterfinals was about to begin. "It's about to start." Lu Cheng glanced at the electronic clock, smiled and exhaled. He said to Yen Jika on QQ. She should still be on her way to school. The girl replied quickly without delay. This time, she sent a picture of the oven again. Inside it were all kinds of unattractive biscuits. "Good luck." "Pfft, it's really the oven series." Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed. Yen Jika smiled and said, "Of course, I'm a man of my words, but I've only tried the cake and biscuits now, there's no third picture. If you want to cheer for me in another way, then fight for the next round." "Sure." Lu Cheng replied resolutely with a smile. "This is a good way to cheer for me." After finishing his sentence, he locked the screen and passed his phone and wallet to An Chaoyang. He reached out his hand and gave him a high five. "Good luck." And Chaoyang smiled and waved his fist. Peng Liyun and Renli, who were standing on his left and right, did the same. After a high five, they waved their fist and said, "Good luck." "Okay." Lu Qing nodded vigorously. He turned around and was about to walk to the arena. At this moment, Chaoyang realized that his phone screen was locked. He shouted in confusion, "Lu Qing. I don't need to help you take pictures and post today." "Yes." Lu Qing turned around and smiled. "I've already thought of a reason. If I let you unreliable people do it 2 more times, I'll lose the game." "What reason?" Chaoyang asked in surprise. Renli was also curious and listened attentively. "Hee, I'll tell you after the match." Lu Qing didn't say anything else. He turned around and waved his hand. He walked towards the arena step by step. He started to focus and his momentum gradually gathered. His thoughts were running fast. According to the discussions with Yan Zhike, Peng Liyun, Renli, and Chaoyang, he already had a mature plan for the upcoming match. To deal with Banam, he had to end the battle quickly. He didn't want to be gradually weakened by the darkness. He had to watch himself fail little by little. At the same time, he couldn't be too hasty. Once he was hasty, it would be easy for assassin-type fighters to seize the opportunity and take him down in one strike. This was the overall strategy, but he couldn't be careless about the details. Although he could now infuse his every move with fire force and use high temperature to denaturalize proteins and make them lose their toxicity, the principle behind the weakening effect of Banam's darkness was unknown. It could only be based on poison. If it was similar to Renli's hidden scent or some special wave, then he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He could only rely on breath holding or force concentration to neutralize the effect. He had to finish off his opponent as soon as possible. As for how to end the battle quickly, Lu Qing also had a general idea. Banam probably didn't know that he had mastered the ice mirror, just like how he didn't know that Chaoyang had mastered the lake and mirror wisdom. He only understood it after the first battle. Martial arts like the ice mirror and the lake and mirror wisdom belong to the auxiliary category. Without experiencing it personally, it would be hard to notice it just by watching the battle videos. Moreover, both parties were from different countries. There would definitely be some gaps in the information collected. Therefore, during the battle with Chaoyang, Banam had used the darkness ability to affect his senses to launch a sneak attack. He had wasted this opportunity. According to his style, if he didn't consider the ice mirror, he would definitely try something similar in this match. It was just that he would be more cautious and roundabout than when he fought Chaoyang. And this is my chance. A chance for him to walk right into my trap. Once I get the upper hand and seize the opportunity to win, I have to be extremely aggressive and grab hold of it. With all kinds of thoughts, Lu Qing kept jumping up and down. When he was nearing the arena, Lu Qing collected his thoughts and focused his attention on what was in front of him. He knew that Banam had the means to avoid the suppression of his aura. Therefore, he held back the terror of the blizzard and waited for the right opportunity. Tap, tap, tap. He walked steadily to the predetermined position and saw Banam, with his hands and feet wrapped in white bandages, walking towards him silently with the gaze of a hunter sizing up his prey. This kind of gaze is really annoying. I really want to beat him up. Lu Qing complained to himself. He quickly calmed his mind and removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. When Banam entered the arena, the referee silently counted to 30 seconds. He raised his right hand, looked around and swung it down fiercely. Begin. Lu Qing stomped his feet, straightened his knees, spun his waist and shook his body. His entire body was like an explosive blizzard, blowing towards his opponent with a whistling sound. In the recent few days of sparring, he had been interacting with Peng Liyun, Renli, and Chaoyang. Other than the core things, they were free to talk about them. They were able to stimulate their thoughts and generate inspiration. Everyone had learned a lot. For example, he had mixed in the superficial knowledge of the flash attack and some of the wonders of the wind sect movement technique. He had pushed his northern wind to another level. Good companions could really make a person better. It was the same in the path of martial arts. Phew! A strong gust of wind blew, cutting his face like knives. In Banam's eyes, Lu Cheng was approaching him at a terrifying speed, from small to large. His body seemed to be drifting as he took a step to the side. At this moment, the light in front of Lu Cheng suddenly disappeared. The sounds by his ears also disappeared in an instant. At this moment, it was as though the Xinxiang Stadium had experienced a blackout. Furthermore, all the spectators had silently died on the spot. It made one's hair stand on end. It was exceptionally terrifying. Lu Cheng had already expected this. He stopped in his tracks abruptly and went from a high-speed state to a standstill. He adjusted his muscles and directed all the momentum towards the arena floor. Under normal circumstances, he should have heard the sharp sounds of friction and shattering. However, the surroundings were silent. All the noise seemed to have been swallowed by the strange darkness. The lake in Lu Cheng's heart had already condensed into a crystal-clear mirror that reflected his surroundings. He wasn't affected by the loss of his senses. A ripple appeared and he immediately locked onto the direction of Banham's attack. However, the subtle premonition that came from his body and mind told him that this was a feint and not the real killer move. Lu Cheng believed in this premonition and didn't make any moves. As expected, that ripple quickly calmed down. A turbulent wave followed closely behind and almost disrupted the ice mirror. Good move. I've been waiting for you. A thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. Immediately, a boundless darkness appeared in his mind. It had the coldest coldness and the quietest atmosphere. However, it made one feel transparent and dreamy. In this kind of darkness, dust accumulated and heavily collapsed. Streams of flames shot out, forming a scorching and terrifying Yen Di divine statue. It illuminated the heavens, transmitted warmth, and erupted with an enormous rumbling sound. This brought about a dazzling light and an even more intense collapse. A mutated version of severe warning. Lu Cheng was waiting for Banham to attack him in the dark and give him a severe warning. The first attack of the match. Bam! He turned his body halfway. The muscles on his right arm bulged and vibrated at high speed. He swept backwards and hit a slightly cold fist made of flesh. Poof! As though the darkness was absorbed, the lights in the stadium lit up again. Astonishment flashed across Banham's cold eyes. He felt as though there was a terrifying mini-vortex or heavy ball hidden in his opponent's fist. It devoured all of his strength and sucked in his arm tightly. Boom! The whirlpool exploded and the violent shockwave spread out rapidly. It was like a huge iron hammer that smashed into Banham, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. He lost his balance and was sent flying backward. This was the result of a move that leaned towards sneak attacks and a simplified physical invulnerability move in a head-on collision. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. His chi and blood suddenly retracted. He stomped on the ground and pounced forward with a cracking sound. He was as fast as a high-speed train and landed in front of Banham, who had just landed on the ground. The strong wind he stirred up could even blow a child away. Before Banham could stand firmly, he was already swaying in the wind and rain. A dim light flashed in his eyes and condensed into a sharp spike. He was about to shoot towards Lu Cheng and attack his mind secretly. Lu Cheng had absolute reaction and immediately noticed it. However, he didn't draw the forwarding formula to suppress his mind and defend against the secret art. Instead, he raised his hand to form a seal and visualized the army blade. Attack against attack and not give in. This was the aggressiveness he wanted to show. He wanted to seize the opportunity and grab the fruit of victory in his hands. Army. As the deep ancient voice reverberated, Lu Cheng was hit by the serene sting. The light in his eyes dimmed as though he had fallen into a nightmare. The ice mirror in his heart shattered inch by inch and neutralized most of the impact. On the other hand, Banham's body was trembling. Fear was written all over his face. He was trembling in fear and had forgotten the situation he was in. With the neutralization of the ice mirror, Lu Cheng was the first to recover. He took a deep breath and gathered the fear, and panic brought by the serene sting together with his chi and blood, spirit, and force to his lower abdomen. Boom! His Dan force gushed out like an awakening volcano. Lu Chen grew taller as though he was filled with blood. His muscles propped up his clothes and showed a twisted state. He was full of masculinity. Many in the audience were swayed as they experienced the beauty of strength. The usually gentle and easygoing young man was extremely manly at this moment. Bam! Lu Cheng's muscles tightened and he visualized a thick thundercloud in his mind. He shook his right arm and swung it towards his opponent with the Thunder Roar Zen. Banam had just suffered internal injuries from the mutated version of Severe Warning. Thunder Roar Zen was the best way to aggravate and trigger the impact. The second strike of fire-like invasion. Seeing the fist smashing towards him like a mountain, Banam stimulated his chi and blood and ignited his strength. He quickly raised his arm to block. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, he jumped a little from the hit. His organs were shaken and the smell of rust filled his throat. Lu Cheng's eyes were firm. He swung his arm and once again tightened his chi and force, completing the explosion of Dan's stage. He didn't give Banam any hope of dodging or counterattacking. He continued to tighten his muscles and punch forward. The third strike of Thunder Roar Zen. Bam! Banam was good at close-range fighting. He couldn't use his chain attacks at all. He could only grit his teeth and awaken the potential in his body. His fist glowed with a faint black light and burst out from his ribs to welcome the enemy's attack. Bam! As the two fists collided, he trembled. His chi and blood were in turmoil and his head was almost dizzy. Following the momentum of the enemy, he slid backwards. Just as Lu Cheng was about to close in and give chase, darkness filled his eyes again. The surroundings became quiet again and he lost track of Banam in an instant. At this moment, this inhuman mighty one from southern Zheng was looking for an opportunity to break away from contact and regroup. If I don't attack, I won't be able to sense him, right? Lu Cheng's expression didn't change. His muscles, fascia, and organs changed accordingly. The image of the heavy and hot Emperor Yen's statue appeared in his mind and allowed the flame force to take shape. Following which, he shook his wrist and shot a ball of red and white compressed fireball in front of the ice mirror mark. Boom! The loud noise broke the silence and disturbed the darkness, causing it to lose its support and fade away quickly. In an instant, Lu Cheng saw rolling waves of fire and smoke. He also saw Banam, whose movements were affected by the explosion of Emperor Yen force. Kacha! He took a step forward and formed a seal with both hands. In the lake in his heart, he wrote the ancient words of, "Never admit defeat." Fighting. Lu Cheng roared and attacked step by step. Every move of his unique skill was unforgiving. The fourth strike with all his might. Bam! His muscles were knotted and it was as though he had transformed into a mountain-splitting giant. He swung his huge axe downwards. With a bang, Banam, who had hurriedly raised his arms to block, was smashed into the ground. He was an inch shorter and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Again. Lu Cheng took advantage of his weakness and took his life. He took half a step forward, raised both hands and formed a seal with both hands. Fighting. He exhaled solemnly. His arms swelled instantly and his muscles were unusually distinct. He then shook his arm violently and executed a crushing punch with Zen tremor. The fifth strike was unstoppable. Banam's eyes flickered. He hugged his arms and made a twisting gesture to welcome the enemy's fist. Boom! There seemed to be an explosion at the spot. Banam almost spat out blood. He took advantage of the recoil, curled his body into a ball and flew backwards. Bam! Lu Cheng used the attainment formula. With a stomp of his feet, he chased after him amidst the sound of flying rocks. He closed the distance in an instant. The coldness in Banam's eyes intensified. While he was flying, he was prepared. Before he landed on the ground, he had already extended his right hand. It was covered with a layer of faint black light, forming a strange yet distinct contrast with the white bandage. The faint black light converged towards his open 5 fingers quickly and condensed into a deep black color. It turned into pieces of sharp thorns and was about to grab Lu Cheng's fist. This was Banam's trump card. Once he grabbed it, he would immediately lose his strength temporarily. At that time, he could take advantage of the situation to tear and cripple the enemy's arm. Of course, this would also cause him to suffer a backlash. Unless it was a last resort, or if he had the chance to win in one strike, he was more than willing to use darkness to gradually weaken his opponent. At this moment, it was the former situation. At the critical moment, he had to seek victory in defeat. Seeing those black fingers that made one's scalp go numb, Lu Cheng suddenly stopped. He accumulated his inertia and created a sharp friction sound. However, he didn't stop to avoid it. Instead, he stopped to buy time for visualization. A scorching hot, heavy, and terrifying statue of Emperor Yan appeared in his mind. It was like a huge sun, compressing the flame force in his body into a ball. Following which, fire god Zhurong stepped out of the void with a crimson dragon under his feet. He suppressed the loss of control that was about to explode. Lu Cheng took a small leap and faced Banam's palm that was flickering with dim light. He swung his arm backwards, and with the momentum, he threw out a punch with a bang. Internal explosion punch. Not retreating for the 6th strike. At this moment, if he didn't dare to fight head-on, he would give Banam a chance to catch his breath and turn the tide of the battle. As for Lu Cheng, he was a martial artist who had experienced life and death battles. He was determined and dared to risk his life. His fist broke through the air barrier and created a layer of flames from friction. It dragged out a white wave and hit the palm that was flickering with faint black light. Their skin was touching and their strength was balanced. At the same time as the flame force gushed in, Banam's palms made a closing motion. His 5 fingers protruded with tiny muscles and veins as he firmly grabbed Lu Cheng's fist. A strange glow flashed by. Boom! It was as though a bomb exploded in Banam's body. The injuries and concussions from before were completely triggered. His chi and blood were boiling, his organs were shaking, his mind was buzzing, his throat was thick with rust, and his vision was blurred. He almost bent over and fell to the ground. He didn't have the strength to grab and tear his enemy apart. As for Lu Cheng, the flames that covered his fist burned away part of the black light. Only his body felt weak and his mind wasn't affected much. He held on, using his willpower to control his mind and his mind to control his body. He withdrew his chi and blood, gathered his force, and suppressed his weakness. Boom! With the explosion of Dan force, he recovered part of his strength. His muscles were distinct and sweaty. Bam! He visualized the thundercloud again and struck out his right arm in the opposite direction. 7th strike of Thunder Roar Zen. Bam! Banam, who was barely resisting, jumped and spat out blood from his throat. He fell to the ground softly. Lu Cheng lifted him with his toes and held on to his throat. The referee looked at both parties deeply. He raised his right hand and announced, Lu Cheng wins. Lu Cheng won after 10 moves. Lu Cheng retracted his right leg weakly. Seeing that Banam was barely standing, he saluted and returned to the spectator stand without stopping. After he took a few steps, the audience finally reacted. They exclaimed loudly and cheered Lu Cheng's name again. He actually defeated the 4th seed in such a short time. Lu Cheng's footsteps weren't slow. He returned to his original position in no time. He bumped fists with Peng Liyun and the rest who were stunned and didn't know what to say. He took back his phone. He first sent a smiley face to Yen Zhika and said, I won. Then, he switched to the live post interface. He saw that Little Wonton and the rest had tagged him many times and requested to take photos. His fingers moved quickly as he typed. Lu Cheng replied with a smile, I didn't even have time to take a picture before the competition ended, this was the reason he prepared. Chapter 477. Seeing Lu Cheng's reply, Wonton Seller immediately nodded her head vigorously and said, "Yeah, I haven't even recovered from the shock yet." He won just like that. At most 10 moves. It was a little too fast. Unparalleled Dragon King said, but it was F*King exciting. Violence, ferocity, and the most primitive feeling of power. My adrenaline was pumping and I couldn't wait to rush out and fight with my dog. Okamoto's fan chimed in, sinister smile. That made me a little stiff. Hard. F*CK, you F*King gay man. A plumber eating mushrooms scolded his friend. Okamoto's fan replied, spreading hands and raising eyebrows expression, don't you think that Liu Cheng's fighting style makes your blood boil? I want to beat my chest and roar like King Kong. I want to find a girl and have a good fight on the bed. It's normal to be hard. Pervert. You pervert uncle. Brahmin scolded and said. But, to be honest, when my idol attacked with all his strength, I really wanted to touch his muscles. Cover my face, Brahmin who is starry-eyed. Wonton Seller said, thinking back, I also thought that Dragon King was very manly. That's why I became a martial arts fan. Thinking back. Don't use this word for a minor who hasn't reached 18 yet. Road to the Arena said jokingly, thinking back, I thought that martial artists were especially good at acting cool. That's why I was apprenticed. Oh right, speaking of minors, where is our primary school student? Eternal Nightfall, Unparalleled Dragon King just realized that Liu Cheng's loyal fan was missing from the post-match celebration and discussion. After the Yan Shaoling quickly appeared. I'm watching the replay. It's the 3rd time. Wipe your mouth, I'm actually speechless. You won. Unparalleled Dragon King said, who would have thought that Liu Cheng would win so quickly and so cleanly before the match. I feel that his transformation is almost complete. He's almost at the real inhuman level. Pig Riding Knight guessed, Banham isn't the type to fight head-on. If he made a mistake and was caught by someone of the same level, it's inevitable that he would be killed by a combo. That may be the case, but defeating an inhuman mighty one within 10 moves is still very shocking. It's a pity that I don't understand Xinjiang language and Nanjing language, so I can't go to the news and forums to see how they flatter, how disappointed they are, and how they prostrate themselves. Plumber eating mushrooms sighed. Unparalleled Dragon King chuckled. Give me 2 minutes. I'll check the Japanese forums and see what they say. After a while, he copied and pasted the original text and translated, how should I call him? A genius once in 3,000 years. To think that I even cheered for Barnum for 10 seconds. Why 10 seconds? Because he lost. Even Kori-chan can't beat Banham so quickly, lost TSS attacks. 10 moves, tease. Smoked sauce is the best. I feel that this generation of Chinese is very strong. Those idiots from the Martial Artist Association should open their eyes and take a look. Stop being so arrogant. They need to reform the entire training system. Ridiculous battle. Terrifying samurai. At this point, Brahmin said, continue. Little dragon, continue. I'm over the moon watching this. After replying, Liu Cheng only took a few glances and didn't watch seriously. This was because his phone's special notification had rung. Yen Jika sent an emoji with a red face. I thought you wouldn't be able to get your phone back so quickly. So I watched the replay again. Isn't this the same as Yan Shaoling? Liu Cheng almost burst out laughing. He sent a proud emoji and said, come on. Praise me as much as you want. I can take it. To be honest, he was a little smug when he replied to the people in the forum with the excuse of, the battle ended too quickly and I didn't have time to take photos. Yenjika rolled her eyes and asked with concern, I heard that Banham's last move was very powerful. Cheng, are you okay? It was indeed very powerful. Liu Cheng pretended to be pitiful. Although I have regained some of my strength, my body is still weak. All my attributes are deteriorating. If I hadn't finished Banham off then, I would have been in a dangerous situation. Of course, Bantam had endured the mutated version of severe warning and switched to the internal explosion punch with Emperor Yen Force as the core. Furthermore, he had been hit with the fighting formula twice, followed by a few Thunder Roar strikes. Coupled with the backlash from his ultimate move, even if he managed to pull through, his condition would at most be the same as Liu Cheng's. More importantly, their martial arts path only focused on unearthing the potential of the human body to unleash explosive power. It wasn't like China's force concentration, which allowed one to control one's body and neutralize the effects. If they continued to hurt each other like this, Liu Cheng would definitely last longer. However, this was because Bantam hadn't been able to break free from his attacks. If he had opened up a distance and entered the scene he was best at, Liu Cheng would have been weakened by the darkness. He wouldn't have been able to continue shaking his opponent and the tide of the battle would have turned quickly. Yeah, it's good that you're fine. Nodding like a chick pecking at grains expression, Yenjika shouted, Cheng. Yes? Liu Cheng replied immediately. You were so cool just now. Yenjika pursed her lips and danced with her fingers. She added silently in her heart, and especially manly too. After sending the message, she lifted her head and looked out of the car window. She saw the American-style buildings on both sides of the road and a topless teenager hitting a sandbag in the garden. Those martial arts fans in school would definitely praise Cheng again because he was amazed. Yenjika's eyes looked into the distance and her dimples showed. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt an uncontrollable sense of loss. Liu Cheng's lips curled when he saw the girl's praise. The joy of defeating Bantam exploded. He couldn't wait to stand up and pace a few rounds. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked to the side. He saw Kaori Karasawa, who had changed into a kimono and was sizing him up. Her hair was tied up, her round face was sweet, her eyes were beautiful, and her smile was demure. She didn't look like the genius girl who had just defeated Vagar. Instead, she looked like an ordinary student attending a festival. Their eyes met. Kaori Karasawa nodded slightly. Her eyes were as deep as an ancient lake, which didn't match her age and temperament. The martial arts of the Shinjai sect were both mysterious and violent. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Liu Cheng thought. If they were to encounter each other, even if he completed his transformation, his chances of winning wouldn't be high. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, Liu Cheng happened to see Bantam's staggering figure leaving the changing room. He walked out of the martial arts arena silently, just like how he came in silently. As for Vagar, he never appeared again after losing to Kaori Karasawa. As for Waku, he didn't come to the arena to watch the match. He started his daily training again. Muko Yamashita stared at the young man who was half a head shorter than him. He had mixed feelings. This goal isn't bad, right? Kaori Karasawa's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Muko Yamashita turned his head and frowned, expressing his doubts. With such a goal, Muko-kun would definitely be full of motivation and wouldn't slack off. Otherwise, he would never be able to wash away his shame. Kaori Karasawa chuckled. Muko Yamashita's mind buzzed and his emotions exploded. He felt like he was being mocked. However, he calmed down quickly. He knew that Kaori Karasawa was speaking the truth. She was even trying to provoke him so that he wouldn't become numb to failure and get used to the shame. Thank you. I will prove it to you. Muko Yamashita replied in a deep voice. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a little lost. Could he really surpass Liu Cheng again? Could he really wash away this shame? On the other side, Liu Cheng had already retracted his gaze. He couldn't hide his smile as he played with his phone. And Chaoyang glanced at him. Seeing that he wasn't going to respond, he thought of the question he had before the match. He took out his phone and entered the live stream thread to look for a reply. This is the reason you came up with? He was stunned for a few seconds before blurting out. Why was he so confident? Liu Cheng lifted his head and explained with a smile, yeah. I was already prepared. This match was either a quick win or a quick loss. Anyway, any reason could be used. Luckily, Bantam was at a disadvantage at the start of the match. Alright. His thinking was really thorough. And Chaoyang's mouth twitched and said thoughtfully, if that's the case, if Bantam wanted to weaken his opponent with his darkness, he would need to have close contact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to sneak an attack on you. He would have had a 70% to 80% chance of winning by going around and stalling for time. If that was the case, Bantam wouldn't have been hit by Lu Cheng's killer move at the start of the match. Yeah. I've seen part of his previous videos. That's what I thought too. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. Then, he thought of something. He glanced at Ren Li and Peng Liyun, who were 10 meters away from each other. He lowered his voice and said, after Ren Li advanced to the inhuman stage, would there be changes to her dark fragrance? In the past, it required the plague sect force to hit the opponent as a prerequisite. Moreover, the area of effect was very small. Without these two restrictions, dark fragrance would be a bit of a bug. With Ren Li's outstanding wind sect footwork, once dark fragrance was released, she would be able to move around in circles and wait for victory. And Chaoyang turned around and looked at Ren Li. He whispered, it's not that exaggerated. But it's probably much stronger than when you encountered it. While the two of them were talking, the arena was tidied up. A battle that was enough to be engraved in the hearts of the audience was gone. After a song and dance performance, the referee stepped into the arena. The third match was imminent. Peng Liyun and Ren Li stood up at the same time and walked towards the arena from two different aisles. They had even forgotten to high-five their teammates. Looking at their backs, Lu Qing held his phone and couldn't help but laugh. Why doesn't Ren Li get lost when she goes to the arena? This is probably true love. And Chaoyang smiled and replied. The battle between Peng and Ren that couldn't happen due to Lu Cheng in April was about to begin. Chapter 478. One in white and one in red stood on the left and right of the referee, about 12 to 13 meters apart. This was the first official battle between Peng Liyun and Ren Li, who had been known together for a long time, after more than a year. The last time they fought, one of them was a weak 6th pin, while the other was a top 7th pin. Now, both of them had reached the inhuman stage and were worthy of the title of Heavenly Son of the Era. Unfortunately, the audience didn't understand the hidden history and meaning behind this battle, so they couldn't create the best atmosphere. Ren Li regulated her breathing and slightly trembled her muscles, secretly warming up her body. Her eyes reflected the young man opposite her, who was no longer idle and was focused on his battle. The referee looked around, raised his right hand, and shouted, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ren Li take a step to the left and twist her body in the opposite direction. Her muscles, fascia, and strength bulged, and with a bang, a tornado visible to the naked eye appeared. It roared and swept toward Peng Liyun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whimpered as if a demon was coming, especially disturbing the listener's mood. Just as Peng Liyun's mind outlined the sacred and majestic thunder god statue to suppress his mind, he felt the heavy wind pressure on his face. Ren Li was approaching. As an old enemy, who knew her well, he didn't try to respond. He directly put his palms together and was about to release the thunder from a clear sky. At this moment, Ren Li seemed to have sensed something. Her wind force suddenly swelled, twisting her muscles and fascias, and suddenly swinging her center of gravity, making an incredible turn in the high-speed dash. Bang! There was an explosion at the original spot, as if an airplane was flying at low altitude, or a high-speed train was running at full speed from dozens of centimeters away. The strong wind made the referee subconsciously raise his hand to block in front of his face, and his body swayed back. Ren Li's wind steps had reached an incredible level and reached the real inhuman level. In a turn, the strong wind could push people away. Peng Liyun's thunder from a clear sky was drowned out by the loud noise. The thin thunder blade that he pulled out chopped at Ren Li's original path, hitting the ground and creating a scorch mark. Having fought against each other so many times, they were no longer probing each other. Right from the start, they were all shaken to the core. After completing the turn, Renly suddenly lowered her shoulders and flicked her wrist in the opposite direction, causing the force to surge into a high-speed spinning wind blade that shot towards Peng Liyun's throat. At the same time, she twisted her back and swung her waist, kicking 7 times in a row. Every kick was either aimed at Peng Liyun's ankle joint or his knee. She had completed the 27th move of the Wind Sect. Striking from the top and kicking from the bottom, Cold Blade, and Tornado. Peng Liyun seemed to have expected this. He suddenly raised his right arm in front of him, and his fist, which was wrapped in electric light, went from bottom to top and hit the bottom of the wind blade. With a sharp friction sound and a sudden high-pitched sizzling sound, the wind blade disintegrated and turned into a gust of wind. Inside his body, there seemed to be a turbocharger that was spinning crazily. When he raised his arm to block the knife, he seemed to be repelled by the wind pressure generated by Renly's tornado chain kick. He was pushed hard and swung back just in time. He didn't straighten his back and didn't exert any strength. Bam bam bam. Renly's kick missed. Peng Liyun took a step forward, withdrew his chi and blood, and exploded his Dan force. He stretched his fascia, flexed his joints, and launched a machine punch. Bam 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 bam. The sounds of the punches were endless, and the electric light came one after another. Renly didn't back down. She used Tornado again and kicked with explosive force. Her whole body seemed to be half floating, stirring up a scary strong wind. Seeing the electric snakes flying around, the strong wind blowing, and the sound of the punches hitting their hearts like drums, Lu Cheng, An and Chao Yang couldn't help but be amazed by the level of Peng Liyun and Renly when they gave it their all. The big devil, who was serious from the beginning, was really scary. His attacks were smooth and his defense was natural. Renly, who was usually unreliable, didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Her leg skills were amazing, and her sword skills were in her palms. They were evenly matched. This level of intense battle was enlightening for the two of them. They watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the key points. Because of this, Lu Qing only took pictures occasionally and posted them in the live thread. Everyone understood his condition, because everyone was like this. The heated discussion just now had become cold and quiet. Phew. When my transformation is complete and I stabilize, will I be at Renly's level now? Lu Qing thought as he watched. It had been almost 5 days since his transformation. He had already overcome the difficulties in the early stage, and his progress was more than half complete. There were only 7 or 8 days left for him to slowly finish up. In terms of physical fitness, he could be considered a standard inhuman mighty one, but he still lacked the taste of precise control. Maybe not as pure as Renly, but his actual combat level should be about there. Lu Qing nodded slightly, comparing and judging himself. Bam bam bam, bam bam bam. Dust floated above the arena. The wind was strong, and lightning flashed continuously, illuminating the eyes of the spectators. Renly and Peng Liyun fought and retreated, sometimes competing with their body movements, and sometimes making turns. They fought from the center to the left, and then from the left to the other side. There was not a single intact brick left on the ground. In these 5 or 6 minutes, they didn't use their simplified physical invulnerability moves, because if they didn't have a good opportunity and missed, they would easily fall into a passive state and be suppressed by their opponent. After a tough battle, Renly finally relied on the advantage of her body movements to sneak to Peng Liyun's side, seizing an excellent opportunity. In her mind, she naturally outlined a green hurricane that connected the 9 heavens and the earth. Seawater, trees, and boulders were sucked into it and rushed to the sky. This led to changes in her corresponding muscles, fascias, and organs, causing the layers of Wind Empress force to twist and turn into a spiral. Following which, various kinds of wind blew, replacing the hurricane and condensing into the image of a female god, suppressing the force that was about to go out of control. Bam! Renly bent her body forward and blocked with her left arm. She turned her waist and stretched her back, so that her right fist came out from below and turned into a sky cannon. Peng Liyun took a deep breath and gathered his strength. His arm swelled, and he bent his elbow to strike. Electricity leaped out of his body. Bam! The sound was urgent. Ren Li's right arm reverberated. Her fist was sore and her muscles were numb. She couldn't help but take a step back. Peng Liyun felt that every part of his body was being torn apart. A strong wind rose from under his feet, spiraling and sweeping, making him fly up uncontrollably. The 10th move of the wind sect, 9 Heaven's Breath. Simplified physical invulnerability. Peng Liyun had just been sent flying when Renly stepped on the ground and made another loud sound. She took advantage of the place where her opponent was about to fall and was ready to wait for him to come out. Facing this, Peng Liyun's thoughts turned quickly. He quickly visualized and finally fixed his eyes on the green jade amulet floating in the void. BZZT BZZT BZZT. Lightning flashed on the jade amulet and turned into seal characters. The force of heaven punishment in Peng Liyun's body gathered in his right palm. Bam! He pressed down hurriedly and a silver lightning as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared in his palm and struck towards Renly. This was another application of the thunder seal. Peng Liyun couldn't use it unless he reached the inhuman level and his body had mutated. Renly's scalp was numb. When her opponent pressed down hurriedly, she suddenly straightened her back and took a step back forcefully, triggering the strong wind. Bam! The lightning struck and brushed past Renly's body and hit the ground, spreading out small sparks in all directions. Taking advantage of the arrival of the divine punishment, Peng Liyun had already landed halfway. When Renly regained her composure and came again, his feet had landed on solid ground. He didn't use the divine punishment consecutively like how he dealt with Waku because his opponent was different. Renly could throw wind blades and had many tricks up her sleeve, unlike Waku who only knew how to fight head-on after turning into an Azura. Therefore, he felt that it was best not to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Renly knew that her chance was only for a moment. She didn't hold back anymore. The scene in her mind was already fixed on the plague sect deity with 3 heads and 6 arms and vertical eyes. Bam! She threw out a punch. Her joints suddenly stretched and her arms strangely grew a little longer. It was this little bit that made Peng Liyun's dodging look like a mirage. He could only use the force of absorption and explosion to block the attack with his fist. Bam! Renly was knocked back. Peng Liyun's body was suddenly empty. His chest was stuffy and he was short of breath. He almost lost his mind. Knowing that Renly would follow up with the hidden scent, he suddenly used force concentration to dispel it. Then, he held his breath and launched a crazy attack. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. Punches, kicks, elbows and knees. Every attack of Peng Liyun's was accompanied by a thick silvery white electric light. In the eyes of Lu Cheng and the rest, it was like lightning strikes again and again. The continuous divine punishment had changed to an explosion on flat ground. However, it was still terrifying. For an inhuman mighty one, not breathing for a few minutes wasn't a problem. However, that was under the condition that they didn't do any strenuous exercise. Now, Peng Liyun had been holding his breath for a full 2 minutes and still showed no signs of stopping. Lu Cheng's eyelids twitched as he felt the difference between him and his opponent. Renly activated the hidden scent and gritted her teeth to hold on. Her wind force was continuously shattered and her body was continuously electrocuted. However, she couldn't find a chance to open up a distance. As time passed, the accumulated numbness in her body finally reached its limit. She couldn't even use force concentration. Her arm was knocked away by Peng Liyun's elbow. Taking advantage of the situation, he flicked his joints and threw a punch towards her throat. Renly's body was numb and her movements were sluggish. She couldn't block in time and could only watch as the punch stopped before her vital organs. Without hesitation, the referee raised his hand and announced, "Peng Liyun wins." Renly heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, she did a force concentration to suppress part of the numbness. She then cupped her hands and turned around, walking towards the stone steps with the bouncing of her muscles. After 2 steps, she suddenly paused. Peng Liyun was still standing there, motionless, as though he was waiting to be cheered. Puzzled, Renly turned around and looked at that guy. She asked softly, "Why aren't you moving?" Peng Liyun smiled bitterly and said, "I'll fall if I move. I couldn't hold my breath for the last dozen moves." Now that the hidden scent has completely taken effect, Renly was stunned for a moment. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled up, and a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. She waved to the staff next to her, raised her chin, and said, "You guys help him." With that, she walked down the arena with her head held high. Her mood improved inexplicably as she accepted the compliments from Lu Cheng'an and Chaoyang. In the 4th match, Gusai won easily and clinched the final spot in the top 4. The lot drawing ceremony was held shortly after. The guest drew the first name. Gusai. Lu Cheng lifted his gaze from his phone and saw the guest take out the second round ball. Let's hope the host pulls another dirty trick. I'm the weakest after Gusai. Pick me, pick me. He'll only have a chance of entering the finals if he picks me. The guest took a look at the round ball and showed it to the crowd. Peng Liyun. Ah. Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, his opponent was confirmed. Kaori Karasawa, the top seed Kaori Karasawa. Chapter 479. Kaori Karasawa. Lu Cheng muttered the name and turned to look at the Japanese representative team. The girl in kimono was also looking at him. Her expression was calm and her gaze was gentle, without a hint of hostility. However, Lu Cheng knew very well that this would be the strongest opponent he had faced in this competition. The title of top seed wasn't just for show. Shinjai sect was a martial arts sect with a long history in Japan. It was the product of the combination of local swordsmanship and the Zen techniques of Buddhists from the East. During daily training, it cultivated one's mind and nature through flower arrangement, tea ceremony, and painting to find one's self. During actual combat, it was known for its speed and ferocity, and for its mystical and explosive power. It had the mind's eye, and was good at blind fights and random attacks. Among them, the flying dragon takedown was known for its extreme speed. Once it was successfully executed, no one in the same realm could dodge it. It was similar to Peng Liyun's low-level version of Cloudless Thunder Blade, but there was a fundamental difference in the way it was executed. Peng Liyun only needed to strike with his palms, and his opponent would know to suppress his mind and dodge it. However, the flying dragon takedown had little warning signs. By the time it was detected, it would be absolute reaction. Of course, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than the speed of lightning. If both parties maintained a good distance, there was still hope to dodge or block it. Generally speaking, Shinjai's sect was a Japanese swordsmanship sect heavily influenced by Buddhism. Before Kaori Karasawa reached the inhuman stage, she had used her swordsmanship to combine with her fists and legs, stunning the entire Japan. She was known as a once-in-3,000 years talent. Originally, when both parties reached the inhuman stage, weapons were allowed in the arena. However, in the King of Kings tournament, as most of the Inhumans had just reached the inhuman stage, their control was doubted. Hence, such practices were banned to prevent bloodstains and corpses from appearing. This prevented Kaori Karasawa from facing her opponent in her strongest form, and could only use 90% of her strength. Even so, in the quarter-finals, she managed to barely defeat the unarmed second seed, Vagar, with half a move. It was as though the halo of the champion was already on her. Phew. Lu Cheng exhaled. He didn't feel dejected, but rather satisfied. To him, he had already achieved his initial goal by entering the top 4 and obtaining a considerable amount of prize money. Under such circumstances, he would definitely be more than willing to experience different styles of martial arts to broaden his horizons and accumulate experience. Like Peng Liyun, there would be no lack of opportunities to spar with him in the future, so there was no need to rush it. As for Kaori Karasawa, it might not be possible for him to spar with her for another 2 or 3 years. Once he missed this opportunity, who knows when he would be able to witness the martial arts of the Shinjai sect. Since he didn't pick Gusai, he would rather have Kaori Karasawa. His muscles trembled slightly and his blood flowed faster. Lu Cheng's fighting spirit was boiling in his heart. He began to look forward to the semi-finals the day after tomorrow. No matter how strong my opponent is, it's not like I don't have any hope of winning. Who in the world would willingly admit defeat right after the match had been decided? At the Japanese delegation, Kaori Karasawa's lips curled into a sweet smile. She seemed very satisfied with Lu Cheng. She turned her head sideways to size up the enemy, but from the corner of her eye, she saw the researcher with messy hair, Makoto Otaki, walk to her side and bow excitedly. Kaori-chan, I'm counting on you. Kaori Karasawa answered noncommittally. Her mind was already filled with images of the previous matches. Not bad, there's no infighting, said the leader, Zhong Ningtao, happily when he saw the results of the draw. Moreover, with Peng Liyun going up against Gusai, a spot in the finals had been secured. The wild card team had successfully completed their mission. Peng Liyun could even win against Waku, who was at least half a level stronger than Gusai. With the experience of dealing with the heart reflection punch, his chances of winning would only be higher. That's good, that's good. Lu Cheng smiled perfunctorily. His fingers quickly tapped on the screen and sent the results to Kujika. Kaori Karasawa. Yenjika replied quickly. Sitting in a dazed expression, I feel like the host has given up on himself. Haha, I think so too. After all, it's unlikely that Gusai would win against anyone. Moreover, Xinxiang's results are already better than Nanjing and Miluo's. Now that they've secured a spot in the semi-finals, it doesn't matter who they pick. That's right, that's right. There's no need to play dirty anymore. Yenjika suddenly said, Cheng, are you destined to clash with the Japanese? Why do you keep picking them? First it was Ichii Sakata, then it was Muko Yamashita, and now it's Kaori Karasawa. Are you trying to single-handedly defeat their entire delegation? Ichii Sakata, Muko Yamashita, and Kaori Karasawa were the 3 strongest members of the Japanese delegation. Defeating them was no different from defeating the entire team. Pfft, now that you mention it, I feel like I had a grudge against them in my previous life. Why do I keep picking them? Kaori Karasawa is very strong. It's been almost a year since she achieved Chi and got a 6th Dan black belt. If she unleashes her full strength and wields a blade, I feel like she's even stronger than Peng Liyun. I'll be lucky if I don't get beaten by her. My chances of winning against her are slim. I'm not being humble, I'm just speaking the truth. I won't brag in front of my little fairy if I don't have much confidence in winning. I believe in you, Brother Cheng. Yenjika suddenly sent an emoji of a monkey wagging its tail and giving out red hearts to encourage him. You'll definitely do well. Yeah, I can't say you have a chance of winning. That'll ruin your character. But it's weird that Cheng keeps picking Japanese mighty ones. Yeah, the King of Youth Pro League has been weird since the beginning. We were given 4 wild cards, and there was a mysterious woman knocking on our door at night. Yenjika looked up and pursed her pink lips. She had some doubts in her heart, but she couldn't string these strange things together. Soon, she stopped thinking and began to listen to the teacher attentively. In the live thread, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Shaoling sent an emoji of a sighing with open arms as soon as the results of the draw were out. What's the big deal? What happened to the cheating host? If he cheated, wouldn't it be Lu Cheng against Gusai and enter the finals? Unparalleled Dragon King replied, I overestimated their self-esteem. They're actually satisfied with the semi-finals. That's normal. If it was Waku, there wouldn't be much doubt if he made it to the finals. But if they relied on drawing lots to send Gusai to the finals, that's too shameless. Who's going to bring them along in the future? Road to the Arena was mentally prepared for this. Then I've overestimated their shamelessness. A plumber eating mushrooms replied, spitting. Let's not talk about this anymore. The important thing now is, does my idol have a high chance of beating Kaori Karasawa? Asked Brahman. At most, a 20% chance of winning, Pig Riding Knight answered honestly. Unparalleled Dragon King chimed in, Lu Qing can barely beat Vagar when he's at full strength, let alone Kaori Karasawa. Although it's a little exaggerated to say that she's a once-in-3,000 years beauty, she's still capable. Let's see if she's careless or if she's injured from the fight with Vagar. As for Lu Qing, he's always been able to outperform himself, so we don't have to worry about him. Invincible Punch had almost taken Lu Qing as his role model. Then I'll enjoy the competition and snacks, sob sob sob. Brahman replied, wiping tears with a handkerchief. I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Eternal Nightfall, replied Yan Shaoling. After drawing lots, Lu Qing and the rest returned to the hotel. Among them, Renli was exhausted. Peng Liyun was still under the influence of hidden scent. He didn't say much and went straight to his room. And Chaoyang sat on the sofa in the lobby for a while. He listened to music and watched strangers come and go, enjoying the solitude in the crowd. Lu Qing washed up first, then curled up on the bed. He chatted with Yen Zhika while browsing through Kaori Karasawa's battle videos given by Unparalleled Dragon King. His routine was no different from the previous few days. He didn't feel bored at all. Instead, he enjoyed it. Outside the hotel, there were 2 exits. Each of them was guarded by a group of sneaky people. However, they didn't see any member of the wild card team go out alone. They're too obedient. Why don't they go out and have some fun? The leader gritted his teeth and whispered, Xinjiang's red light district is famous all over the world. Not only can they taste ordinary flavors, but they can also make all kinds of strange things. The person beside him was also puzzled. In the past, there would always be people sneaking out from the Chinese delegation. Maybe these 4 guys are a little weird. The leader sighed. That girl doesn't go out to shop either. Isn't she wasting her time coming here? The person beside him quickly explained, Renli has no sense of direction. She was asked by the leader to go out with him. I heard that she's also face blind. She can't remember what others look like. Who knows when she'll forget who the leader is. The leader was fantasizing about possible opportunities. But it's not to the extent that she can't remember when we meet every day. The person beside him was getting more and more depressed. After another 2 days of tough training, Renli, and Chaoyang, who were eliminated, volunteered to be Lu Qing's sparring partners. As for the big devil King Peng Liyun, he didn't have much sparring practice due to his experience with Waku and the influence of hidden scent. He only fully recovered 6 hours before the competition. August 25, 8 p.m. Xinjiang Stadium was packed with people. Passion was burning like fire. At the start of the competition, Peng Liyun almost lost again. After experiencing the 6 paths of reincarnation punch in its entirety, he retaliated crazily and narrowly defeated Gusai with 1 move. He was the first to advance to the finals. A battle that could have been finished in 1 minute was forcibly shortened to 10 minutes by him. After a 15-minute performance, the referee once again stepped into the arena and raised his hand to both sides. Lu Qing, who was holding his phone, stood up slowly. Opposite him, Kaori Karasawa patted her black fencing suit and stood up slowly. Top Seed vs Miracle Boy. Chapter 480. Go for it. Peng Liyun, who was beside Lu Qing, took a sip of the nutrient solution and extended his fist with a smile. He had returned from the locker room and was refreshed again. Lu Qing bumped fists with him without saying anything else. When he bumped fists with Renli, and Chaoyang, and Zhong Ningtao, and was about to turn around and walk to the ring, he muttered in his heart, why is Kus cheering so late today? If I wait any longer, I will miss it. And it's not the oven's highlights anymore. At this moment, his phone finally rang with a special notification. He unlocked it and saw a long voice message from Yen Zhika. Voice message. So long. Is it singing or something? Lu Qing pressed play in confusion and put the receiver to his ear. After a short moment of silence, a clear cough was heard, followed by a delicate child's voice. I'm Eternal Nightfall. Go for it, Lu Qing. After the child's voice came a slightly coarse but equally young female voice, I'm Brahman. Go for it, Lu Qing. I'm Unparalleled Dragon King. Go for it, Lu Qing. I'm Wonton Seller. Go for it, Lu Qing. I'm Bull Demon King. Go for it, Lu Qing. I'm All the good names are taken by dogs. So embarrassing. Go for it, Lu Qing. Different voices rang out one after another. All of them were active members of the fan forum. Their cheers reverberated and lingered in Lu Cheng's ears. He was stunned at first, but then he couldn't help but feel moved. His heart felt warm as if it was soaked in warm water. I'm Okamoto's fan. Go for it, Lu Qing. I'm Nyachichi. Go for it, Lu Qing. At this point, there was the initial silence, but soon, a clear and melodious girl's voice rang out. I'm Yenjika. Go for it, Lu Qing. When the familiar voice entered his ears, it was like the finishing touch that poked Lu Cheng's heart, blurring his vision. He couldn't help but laugh and look to the side. This was the go for it that Ke had carefully prepared. She must have put in a lot of effort, everyone must have been very enthusiastic and overcame their shyness. Lu Qing lowered his head again. He first sent a fist and dancing emoji, and then he sniggered, you should have said, I'm a little fairy. Or use nicknames like Lu Cheng's girlfriend or Lu Cheng's wife. Hurry up and go to the competition. Stop nagging. Yenjika waved her hand in disdain. Understood. Lu Qing laughed and said, raise your hand and salute. Then he added, thank everyone for me. After sending the message, he locked the screen and threw his phone and wallet to An Chaoyang. He turned around and walked along the aisle towards the arena. Just as he took 2 steps forward, he suddenly heard a chorus of shouts. Lu Qing. Lu Qing. Come on, Lu Qing. I haven't won yet, and they're already cheering for me. This was the first time Lu Qing had received such treatment in Xinjiang. He instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chinese flags waving in the air. He saw the faces of his countrymen. When Peng Liyun was competing, they cheered like this too. According to the team leader, these were students studying in Fulua, businessmen, workers who came to earn money, and local Chinese. They had specially come here to cheer for him and the rest. Thank you for your cheers. Lu Cheng's heart warmed, similar to when he was facing Bakuo. He couldn't help but raise his hand and wave at the spectator stand. Sensing his gesture, the men and women with Chinese flags painted on their faces cheered even more enthusiastically, Lu Qing. Lu Qing. Come on, Lu Qing. In such an atmosphere, Lu Cheng's footsteps became lighter and quicker. He stepped onto the arena before Kori Karasawa and gathered his aura. It was like a summoned snowstorm, suppressing the surroundings, hovering in low spirits and affecting people's hearts. As for Kori Karasawa, she walked over slowly. She was so quiet that it reminded one of a deserted bamboo forest where the wind rustled through the leaves, or a clear lake with ripples that reflected the mountains and trees. She swayed under Lu Cheng's brutal blizzard that contained the smell of blood, as if she had no power to resist. However, once the wind passed and the snow stopped, she would immediately return to her peaceful state and remain motionless. Let him do as he pleases, the moon shines over the river. This phrase suddenly appeared in Lu Cheng's mind. He couldn't help but praise the Xinjai sect for living up to its name. Kori Karasawa walked to the predetermined spot and stood firm. A faint but sweet smile appeared on her face. She bowed solemnly and said, Lu Cheng, please enlighten me. You flatter me. Lu Cheng cupped his hands and quickly went through the footage of his opponent's battle, pushing himself to the highest possible state. Kori Karasawa clenched her right fist and placed it on her left waist. She spread her legs and bent her body slightly, getting into a stance. The surrounding noises suddenly disappeared. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated, waiting for the referee to open the curtains for this important match. The referee looked around and glanced at the electronic clock. Finally, he raised his right hand. After a silent count of 3, he waved it down and shouted, "Begin." The second match of the semi-finals had officially begun. The battle between Japan's 3,000-year-old genius beauty Kaori Karasawa and China's heavenly son of the era, Lu Cheng, had officially begun. Kaori Karasawa suddenly lifted her right leg and stomped down hard with the faint glow of her chi. It was as though she was waving a weapon and striking the arena. Bam! The ground shook violently and suddenly cracked open. Rocks and soil were propelled by the hidden force under Kaori Karasawa's feet, flying towards Lu Cheng. Some were big, some were small, but all were as fast as bullets. At the same time, Kaori Karasawa used the rebounding force to leap out like a flash of a blade. She closed in on her opponent and circled around him, waiting for him to dodge. Shinjai Sek's Xitagarba takedown. This move was similar to Lin Kei's unique skill of the fighting sect, Ground Fisher. However, instead of creating a burst of energy to shake the enemy, it was used to disturb the opponent, or to attack a group of people who were much weaker than the user. These two moves each had their own unique and ingenious moves. When Kaori Karasawa slashed the arena with her foot, Lu Cheng had already imagined what might happen next. He resisted the urge to dodge head-on and instead drew the outline of Emperor Yen and gathered his flame force. Bam! Facing the largest rock, he quickly swung his arm and punched straight at it. Without any fancy moves, he punched the uneven surface of the greenish-gray rock. His terrifying muscles bulged out one by one, and his greenish-black veins were conspicuous. Scarlet flames that were close to white erupted in an instant. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the bluestone shattered into pieces and flew everywhere along with the chaotic flames. The other smaller stones and soil were blocked by the tumbling airwaves. They moved forward with difficulty for a while before falling down like rain, making popping sounds. Kaori Karasawa didn't care about the hidden weapons that were flying towards her. She arched her body slightly and suddenly swung her right arm backwards, swinging the fist that was on the left side of her waist. With a bang, a white mark appeared and a strong wind swept up, causing the flying rocks to fall powerlessly. Her arm seemed to have turned into a Japanese katana, slicing through the air barrier at high speed towards Lu Cheng. Her left hand followed and pushed forward as though she was going for a second attack. Lu Cheng, who didn't dodge in a hurry, didn't panic in the face of this attack. He raised his left arm quickly and parried the attack, forming a crystalline layer of ice on the surface of his arm. Crack! The glowing katana chopped down, shattering the layers of ice armor and touching Lu Cheng's muscles, tendons, and bones. However, it was neutralized by his strength and blocked firmly. At this moment, the left hand that Kaori Karasawa had pushed forward didn't hit the enemy. Instead, she pressed on her own right arm to reinforce it with her strength. Lu Cheng immediately felt a heavy pressure. His left arm began to tremble and retracted uncontrollably. His weak point was forcefully squeezed out and his frame was half destroyed. That wasn't the end. Kaori Karasawa pressed and flicked her left hand towards his face. The glowing white light condensed into a sharp blade. Lu Cheng misjudged and couldn't block with his right hand in time. He leaned back and bent his waist, causing his opponent's left palm reverse grab to hit the air, shooting a ray of white light into the distance. While leaning back, Lu Cheng tightened his right leg and kicked it up, preparing for a counterattack. His martial arts shoes burst into flames and flew out, heading straight for Kaori Karasawa's lower abdomen before the back of his feet. Kaori Karasawa twisted her waist and back, creating a strong wind. After twisting her body, she flashed to the side of the enemy and avoided that fatal kick. Following that, she used the force of the rotation to swing her left arm towards Lu Cheng, who was standing up again. Fast and ruthless, it was like a tachi, creating a strong gust of wind. Lu Qing responded with absolute reaction. He raised his arm, braced it, and sent his elbow out with a bang. It glowed with a crystalline brilliance and collided head-on with Kaori Karasawa's centrifugal takedown. Crack! Ice crystals shattered and fell. Kaori Karasawa's arm swung back while Lu Cheng's elbow trembled slightly. In the reverberation, Kaori Karasawa's right arm straightened and slashed 5 times at Lu Cheng's head, throat, chest, and other areas. Her cape fluttered wildly. Armed with Ice Mirror, Lu Cheng didn't panic. He responded with the Dan Force version of 24 Blizzard Strikes, countering chaos with chaos and attack with attack. Bam, 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 bam. Amidst the continuous sounds of explosions, chi flew and flames splashed like red rain. In the midst of the battle, Lu Cheng was getting fiercer and fiercer. Just as he was about to gain the upper hand, an extremely dangerous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Without thinking, he leaned back again, even deeper than before, nearing the teppanyaki bridge. At that moment, he saw a ray of light flash past his face in a terrifying manner, leaving behind an obvious white wave of air. Boom! A loud explosion followed, causing Lu Cheng's ears to ring and his organs to sway. He almost fell. Xinjai Sect's Flying Dragon Takedown. If it weren't for his ability to sense danger, he wouldn't have been able to dodge or block this sudden strike. Chapter 481. As the trump card of the Xinjai sect, the Flying Dragon Takedown's greatest strength wasn't its speed or agility, but its lack of prior warning, making it impossible to predict. If one were to rely solely on absolute reaction, by the time they noticed it, it would already be too late to dodge or parry. With this sword move, the Xinjai sect was firmly seated as the #1 swordsmanship in Japan. No one could shake their position. They were even on par with the likes of Amaterasu Shrine and Yakusha Zen Temple. They were one of the major powers that ruled over Japan, not something the Ultimate Hada sect, which had only risen to fame in recent decades, could compare to. Of course, the Ultimate Hada sect, which was able to climb all the way to the top in terms of combat strength, wasn't weak either. Logically speaking, the Flying Dragon Takedown shouldn't have regained its former glory in modern society. You lack prior warning? That's fine. I can find 50 or even 100 battle videos of the Flying Dragon Takedown and replay them frame by frame. I'm sure I can find something useful, right? However, logic was one thing. Ever since the introduction of the video function, no one had discovered the signs of the Flying Dragon Takedown. Perhaps someone had already discovered it, but kept it a secret, intending to keep it as a trump card against the Xinjai sect. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, had only been exposed to relevant videos since the start of the King of Youth League. It had been at most 10 days since then, so how could he have discovered his opponent's secret? Unlike Vagar, he hadn't distanced himself from the Flying Dragon Takedown for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wasn't strong enough, and his footwork hadn't reached an unbelievable level. Even if he were to engage in a skirmish battle, he would quickly fall into Kaori Karasawa's rhythm. Secondly, he was confident that he could detect it in advance and evade it with his amazing premonition of danger. Who knew that when the time came, he would still be dodging awkwardly? Although he had detected it in advance, the speed of the Flying Dragon Takedown had exceeded his expectations. That slash seemed to have created the illusion of a hypersonic barrier. When Kaori Karasawa was at the level of a physical invulnerability expert and wielded a specially forged legendary weapon, it wasn't impossible for her to reach that level. Boom! The shockwave from the Flying Dragon Takedown expanded to both sides, stirring up a violent gust of wind. It was so strong that it almost blew Lu Cheng off his feet. At this moment, the ice mirror in his mind naturally reflected Kaori Karasawa, who was a few centimeters away. She retracted her trembling right arm, her sleeves fluttering like butterflies, revealing a section of her fair skin. It was obvious that she was carrying a heavy burden and would need some time to recover before she could continue her attack. However, Kaori Karasawa's left leg had tensed up and her knee was bent. She was about to kick one of the legs that supported her entire body. She had learned her lesson from the previous incident. She would not allow Lu Cheng to take advantage of the situation and lift her leg. She wanted him to bend down and never come back. Pa! While Kaori Karasawa straightened her knee and kicked out with her left leg, Lu Cheng controlled his center of gravity and continued to lean backwards. His waist and back bent again, he straightened his left leg and turned it into a soft whip. He whipped it up from the bottom, standing on one leg and not swaying at all. Bang! The tip of her foot hit the instep, setting off a burst of sparks. The remnants of her martial arts shoes were torn into pieces and Lu Cheng's lift was interrupted. Extending his left leg, Lu Cheng wanted to use the momentum to straighten his back and stand up again. However, Kaori Karasawa was prepared. Just as her left leg was about to land on the ground, she tightened her muscles and straightened her spine. She leaped into the air and launched a series of kicks with her right leg, aiming for the opponent's only support point. In this situation, if Lu Cheng tried to stand up, he would not be able to exert any strength. Even with the ice armor on his right leg, he would inevitably suffer some damage. This would cause him to limp for the rest of the battle and not be able to contend against an opponent who was stronger than him. However, if he tried to block with his leg, he would lose his final support point and completely lose his stance. At this critical juncture, Lu Cheng's mind was as calm as an ice lake or a round mirror. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He gave up on the idea of straightening his body and fell backwards even more violently. With this fall, he supported himself with both hands and did a backflip. Taking advantage of the momentum, his right leg struck Kaori Karasawa's foot with a crisp sound, forcefully causing her to deviate from her original trajectory and fall to the side. With a backflip, Lu Cheng steadied himself and met his opponent who was closing in on him again. At this moment, Kaori Karasawa's arm had recovered. She slashed with her twin blades, splitting the air and striking at 5 different spots on her opponent. In the eyes of the audience, the condensed white light seemed to form a constellation. Lu Cheng flexed his joints, stretched his fascia, and used explosive force to hold his ground. He fought and fought with his opponent at the same time, almost circling the entire arena. Loud bangs rang out one after another, stirring up the emotions of the audience and making their blood boil. Amidst the continuous explosions of flames, frost, and white light, Lu Cheng tried to find an opportunity to use severe warning and internal explosion punch. He also tried to use army formula and fighting formula. However, Kaori Karasawa's mind's eye was strong. Once she sensed a change in her opponent's rhythm, or by retreating, she would have sufficient time to prepare. She would avoid the front, attack from the back, or attack from the side, making it impossible for Lu Cheng to succeed. Compared to Vagar, Moko Yamashita, and the rest, this beautiful girl who only appeared once every 3,000 years had a stronger mental cultivation. Her fighting style was also gentler. She knew when to yield and when not to attack and when not to dodge. This gave Lu Cheng a deeper understanding of the details of the battle between Peng Liyun and Renli 2 days ago. They rarely used simplified physical invulnerability or other secret arts. Most of the time, they relied on normal moves, their own force, and Dan's stage explosive force to fight. It wasn't that they didn't want to use them, but that they didn't have the opportunity. If they forced it, they would expose their flaws and give their opponent a chance to take advantage of. With this knowledge, he completely suppressed the impatience in his heart and fought more steadily. Moves such as snow cover, ice burning, cold bite, aurora, and other moves were used one by one at the right time. Sometimes, he used them together with force concentration. The more he fought, the more refined his moves became. In the end, he even felt like he could use them at will. At most, we'll just compete on stamina. Kaori Karasawa's sharp senses detected this and was prepared to interrupt her opponent's transformation. After 2 moves, ripples suddenly appeared in Lu Cheng's heart. He had a strong premonition of danger. At the same time as the ripples appeared, he vaguely heard an almost inaudible cracking sound. Not good. His chi and blood retracted abruptly. Along with his body, he curled up into a ball. Just as he crouched down, Kaori Karasawa pulled her left arm out from her waist, leaving afterimages and parting the air. A ray of light flashed and a white airwave formed. Loud booms erupted at the same time, setting off violent sound waves and strong winds in all directions. Flying dragon takedown again. His scalp went numb and his ears vibrated. Lu Cheng's Dan force exploded like a volcano erupting, propping up his entire body. His muscles bulged with strength. Twisting his muscles, tendons, and veins were all exposed. He bounced up, clenching his right fist, half charging and half pounding. At this moment, the audience felt as though they were witnessing a trapped dragon rising to the heavens, or the launch of a rocket. Kaori Karasawa's right palm formed a knife and chopped down at the right time. With a floating glow, it landed squarely on the surface of his greenish-black fist. Bam! Her left arm trembled. Unable to withstand Lu Cheng's all-out attack in her hasty parry, her body swayed backwards. She decided to take advantage of the situation and retreat. Her steps were nimble and her posture nimble. Lu Cheng wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. While the empty front row of spectators suffered a crack from the missed flying dragon takedown, he raised his hands, formed a seal, and outlined an ancient character. All right. His silhouette shot out like lightning, leaving two distinct footprints on the ground. He closed the distance between him and Kaori Karasawa in an instant. Seeing her opponent's face clear in an instant, the smell of his sweat wafting into her nose and the sound of his breathing entering her ears, Kaori Karasawa didn't panic. She raised her right arm again and chopped straight ahead. Whoosh! Amidst the ear-piercing friction, Lu Cheng stopped abruptly. His feet created layers of spider webs as his body stopped an arm's length away. At this distance, Kaori Karasawa's knife was bound to miss. Then, she would have to endure Lu Cheng's frenzied attacks. However, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her right palm that cut through the air released a bright white glow. Bam! With one chop, the air between her and Lu Cheng was completely destroyed. In an instant, the air surged wildly to both sides, creating an area with very low air pressure. Shinjai sect, vacuum takedown. Lu Cheng felt a terrifying suction force from the area in front of him. He couldn't help but stumble forward. All he could hear was the sound of the wind swirling around him. Kaori Karasawa's follow-up moves came one after another. She tensed her left leg and chopped out horizontally. Dragging a razor-like white light, she whipped her opponent who was leaning forward. Lu Cheng adjusted his muscles in time, channeling the accumulated inertia into his leg. It was the same whip, but with a different luster. Crack! The layer of ice shattered. In his haste to block, he was evenly matched with his opponent. However, being evenly matched meant that he wasn't able to take advantage of his opponent's opening. The battle reverted back to the previous situation. Kaori Karasawa used her hands and legs as knives and displayed her swordsmanship to the fullest, forcing Lu Cheng to take a defensive stance. There was no time for him to use the 9 words formula or simplified physical invulnerability. Furthermore, she could vaguely sense that her opponent could predict her flying dragon takedown. She didn't dare to blindly attack again. Instead, she waited patiently for an opportunity where her opponent couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. Lu Cheng was waiting too. He felt that the almost inaudible cracking sound was the movement of compressing force, bones, tendons, and muscles. It was most likely the precursor to the flying dragon takedown. With this and his premonition of danger, it seemed like he could try to use simplified physical invulnerability to take the flying dragon takedown head-on. Through an intense collision, he could create an opportunity like just now. Bam, bam, bam. The sounds of collisions continued. Both parties seemed to have calmed down and were fighting with unusual patience. They were both waiting. Chapter 482. Kaori Karasawa's chi could be applied to her palms, arms, legs, feet, and other body parts to increase the power of her attacks. If her opponent was hit directly on the body, even if he was able to counteract the attack, he could still suffer injuries such as tendons and veins, torn muscles, and even broken bones. Therefore, when Vagar fought with her, he had to cover his fists with the power of electricity at all times to form a glove to shatter the scattered light and deflect the tip of the blade before finally completing the clash of powers. Liu Cheng's ice armor was more suitable for such battles than the lightning gloves, as it could effectively slow down the sharpness and ferocity of his opponent's attacks. The flaming gloves produced by Emperor Yen Force were similar to Thunderbolt, as they could burn the white light and explode the opponent, turning defense into offense. If he didn't have these two supernatural abilities, he would have to be more careful and only block the non-tip of the blade. For example, he would lift his palm from the bottom up, strike his wrist from the side, or push his stance. Although that would make him look like a grandmaster, it would put him in a more passive position. If he wasn't careful, he would be injured and be forced to leave the arena. Every time there was an explosion, sparks would fly and ice crystals would fall. Liu Cheng relied on his instinctive strength to battle Kaori Karasawa fiercely. Banging sounds reverberated in the air, arousing the passion in most of the audience and igniting their urge to vent. Although Liu Cheng's strength, speed, and agility were slightly inferior to his opponent, there wasn't much of a difference after his physique was fully upgraded. As long as he could be patient and defend steadily, Kaori Karasawa wouldn't make any risky attempts. It would be difficult for her to break through his stance and seize the opportunity for victory. Once she did, she would also expose her weaknesses and give Liu Cheng hope of a counterattack. Bam, 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 bam. The battle was at a stalemate. Liu Cheng, who was at a disadvantage, defended steadily and integrated his dance stage martial arts. Kaori Karasawa, who had gained the upper hand, was similarly calm and composed, as though she was slowly chipping away at her opponent. After a full 7 to 8 minutes, both of them had unavoidably used up a lot of stamina. However, Liu Cheng had the automatic replenishment of his Jin Dan. Apart from a slight delay in his reaction due to mental fatigue, he didn't falter in any other aspect. In stark contrast to Kaori Karasawa, he was gradually showing signs of turning the situation around. Just then, Kaori Karasawa's right arm transformed into a glowing katana and slashed out horizontally. The moment it came into contact with the ice armor on Liu Cheng's forearm, she suddenly exerted the force in her shoulder and spun her katana around the enemy's arm to execute the coil formula. Liu Cheng's arm was knocked away and his body swayed as if he was about to fall to the side. Now was the time. Tang Zixuan's eyes narrowed as she arched her back. A sense of extreme danger flashed through Liu Cheng's mind. His ears twitched slightly and he heard a barely audible clicking sound. It was like a sniper rifle being loaded or a retractable cannon rotating. In such a situation, his center of gravity was skewed and he couldn't jump up in time. If he squatted down or leaned back to dodge, Kaori Karasawa would definitely make a knife at his waist or make a quick downward slash. She wouldn't give him a chance to survive. Apart from falling to the side, dropping his stance and rolling on the ground like a lazy donkey, Liu Cheng seemed to have no other choice. However, he was already prepared. When the clicking sound came, he had already outlined the dark, cold, and devoid of any light or heat in his mind. When the premonition of danger erupted, layers of thunderclouds converged instantly. High temperatures and deafening booms broke the silent darkness and chill. Bam! Liu Cheng lowered his left arm and swung his forearm. Following the ripples created by the ice mirror, he threw a punch from his waist. The original version of severe warning. The reason why he chose this move was because he could add layers and layers of thick ice armor. Otherwise, with the terrifying power of Flying Dragon Takedown, even if he hit his opponent and froze her thoughts, his left arm would be more or less crippled. Without 1 or 2 months of recuperation, he definitely wouldn't be able to recover it. Just as the sparkling and translucent fist was about to strike out, a ray of light suddenly flashed and slashed at the surface of Liu Cheng's fist, colliding head-on with it, giving it no chance to react at all. After the ray of light, the air was split into two and condensed into airwaves. Light converged and dyed the air white, just like the scene after a jet plane swept past. Boom! A loud bang erupted, setting off a violent wind wave that slapped at Lu Cheng, shaking his earlobe and ear gauge. Bam! Lu Cheng couldn't hear the sound of the thick ice armor on his left fist shattering, but he could feel the terrifying force on his body. It was as though he had been hit by a high-speed train. His arm was numb, his muscles swollen and cracked, and his tendons and veins were in sharp pain. Creak! He couldn't stop himself from retreating. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving two obvious marks that looked like ravines. Pfft! Lu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His left arm was trembling, and he couldn't exert any strength. A bone-deep wound appeared on his fist. The power of one slash was earth-shattering. The terrifying power of Flying Dragon Takedown was so exaggerated. In the live thread, everyone's reaction was even more exaggerated. They exclaimed almost simultaneously, F***CK, he blocked Flying Dragon Takedown. Zhao Riqian, am in awe, he actually took Flying Dragon Takedown head-on, and he did it. What AF** King Beast. Sky-shattering roar, no problem. In a few of Japan's big forums, there was similar astonishment. He predicted Flying Dragon Takedown. He made a prediction with his body and blocked Flying Dragon Takedown. I think I saw a demonic beast. No, that's Ultraman. This is Kori-chan's first time being blocked by someone's Flying Dragon Takedown, right? Even though he doesn't have a blade, he would still die if Kori-chan's Flying Dragon Takedown landed a direct hit on his body. Even if he's a monster who has cultivated chi, he would still be seriously injured and need a few months to recover. How dare he block it so boldly? Amidst the wind and waves, Kori Karasawa stood in place. Her left arm was trembling non-stop, covered in a layer of white frost. Her beautiful eyes had lost their luster, and she seemed to be in a daze. Severe warning, knocking on heart-questioning sect. Lu Cheng couldn't be bothered to check his own body. He endured his injuries, took a deep breath, and gathered his force, spirit, and various other uncomfortable feelings to balance the ice and fire and form a Dan. Boom! His Dan chi gushed out. Lu Cheng's legs expanded. He bent his knees and straightened them, propelling him forward and pouncing towards his opponent, whose clothes had turned into short sleeves. Drip, drip, drip. From the cracked ground to Kori Karasawa's front, the dripping blood and sweat could only be found at the ends of his head and tail. It was a testament to the speed and ferocity of his leap. Bam! The muscles and skin on Lu Cheng's left fist contracted, stopping the bleeding. Shaking his right arm, he clenched his fist and hammered down diagonally. With a whoosh, his fist burned with a layer of crimson, almost white flames. Emperor Yen Force. In order to seize the opportunity, Lu Cheng didn't prepare the fighting formula, army formula, or simplified physical invulnerability formula. At this moment, Kori Karasawa's eyes were still in a daze, making the otakus from Japan feel sorry for her. However, her body had already reacted naturally. She swung her right arm backward, drawing a razor-like white glow, slashing right into the raging flames. Eye of the heart. Boom! The force exploded, sending waves of flames tumbling. Kori Karasawa's black hair was disheveled in the wind. Her body was pushed back by the shock wave and she staggered backwards. It was only then that her eyes regained their luster. Lu Cheng swung his right arm and bounced back. His hands formed a seal in front of him, pointing at himself. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he outlined the words in his mind. He bellowed, fighting. His muscles expanded, showcasing the beauty of strength. They intertwined, protruding veins of varying sizes. Lu Cheng stretched his back and threw out his right fist in an extremely barbaric manner. Bam! The punch pierced through the air, propelling his body forward rapidly. He closed the distance between them and approached Kori Karasawa's abdomen. Kori Karasawa's heart suddenly emptied. It was as if she had returned to that quiet Zen hall, back to the time when she was focused on arranging flowers and making tea. Her eyes shone and her clothes suddenly swelled up like a balloon that had been filled. Bam! Her left palm formed a blade and slashed out with a slash. Her clothes suddenly shriveled and clung to her body. Shinjai sect, Kasaya takedown. Bam! Her tiny muscles and veins bulged, forming an extreme contrast with the flickering glow on her fair palm. The fighting formula was incomparably violent. In the blink of an eye, Kaori Karasawa was sent stumbling backward. Although her body was light, her legs were heavy, leaving several footprints in the ground. Lu Cheng's body swayed. Immediately, he gathered his chi and blood, exploded his Dan force, and pounced forward again, not leaving a single gap. Seeing that her enemy was already in front of her before she could regain her footing, Kaori Karasawa's body emitted a soft cracking sound. This time, it was more obvious than the flying dragon takedown and ended faster. Bam! She pulled her right arm out in front of her and swung her fist diagonally. It was so fast that it left after images, leaving a trail of light as it broke through the air current. The weakened version of Flying Dragon Takedown, Flying Bird Takedown. It required faster preparation before striking, but its speed was correspondingly much weaker. The same went for its power. However, Kaori Karasawa combined them into a terrifying killer move. With that, she achieved a burst of output in a short period of time and defeated Vagar. That was the combo of Flying Bird Takedown, Triple Return of Swallows. Lu Qing knew that this was a critical moment. His lunging momentum halted abruptly. Expanding his right arm, he swung it quickly and threw out a punch. Bam! Fist and palm collided, creating a deafening sound in the air. Lu Qing had just used the momentum to pull back when he heard a cracking sound. He saw Kaori Karasawa's left arm striking out in quick succession. It was just as fast, just as ruthless, and just as covered in white light. Bam! He forcefully exploded the force in his left shoulder and swung his arm. Finally recovering from the loss of consciousness, he spread his fingers and grabbed at the enemy's palm blade. Whoosh! Amidst the sharp scraping sound, Kaori Karasawa's left palm sank and her right arm struck again. It was still a reverse chop, and it was still dragging out air waves. Triple Return of Swallows. Lu Qing didn't have time to perform force concentration. He could only rely on the senses of Ice Mirror to raise his arm and block hastily. Bam! His arm trembled and bounced away. His ice armor shattered inch by inch and his fascia was injured. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. He managed to block Kaori Karasawa's Triple Return of Swallows. That combo had taken a lot out of her and put a heavy burden on her. This should be enough to turn the tide of the battle, right? At this moment, Kaori Karasawa's eyes were filled with pain. Her left palm that was caught by Lu Qing suddenly bounced up and broke through the air barrier with a cracking sound. It was so fast that it left after images behind. Shinjai Sect's forbidden move, Quadruple Return of Swallows. Even though Lu Cheng's ice mirror reflected it, his reflexes couldn't keep up. Just as he raised his left arm, his opponent's palm had already stopped right in front of his throat. The referee's eyes were filled with admiration. He raised his hand and announced, Kaori Karasawa wins. Lu Cheng instantly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Kaori Karasawa bent over and panted heavily. She had actually forgotten the most important etiquette in Japan. Quadruple Return of Swallows wasn't a move that was easy to withstand. It was the same for both the opponent and herself. Masa Otaki, a researcher from the Japanese delegation, was looking at the blood on the stage. She was so excited that she couldn't wait to pounce on it. Kaori-chan, go step on it and bring it back. After Kaori Karasawa had caught her breath, Lu Qing exchanged a bow with her. He then shook his head and turned to walk down the stone steps. Along the way, he remembered the leader's instructions to not leave a single drop of blood or sweat behind. Hence, he took a detour and walked 2 more steps. When his back view descended the stone steps, the blood on the ground spontaneously combusted and swayed unsteadily. Masa Otaki's smile froze on her face. Chapter 483. Lu Qing had just returned to the spectator stand when the flames were extinguished. Peng Liyun extended his right fist with a smile and gave him a fist bump. Impressive. There was no consolation, only praise. Impressive. And Chaoyang did the same with similar words and actions. Renli gave him a thumbs up after the fist bump. Thank you. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile, the gloominess in his heart dissipating significantly. At this moment, the leader, Zhong Ningtao, asked with concern, "How are you? How's your injury? Do you need to go to the emergency room?" He had seen Lu Qing spit out blood just now. Although the wound on his left fist had stopped bleeding, it still looked sinister. "It's fine. It's just a superficial wound. It'll heal on its own in a couple of days." Lu Qing waved his left fist and added, "The internal injury isn't serious either. I didn't take it head-on, but instead took a step back. I'll take some medicine later. I'll be fine before the transformation is complete." Of course, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength in the third and fourth place matches the day after tomorrow. Luckily, his opponent was Gusai. That's good, that's good." Zhong Ningtao heaved a sigh of relief and pointed to the changing room. "Let's wash it first." Lu Qing nodded and took back his phone. He saw Yen Jika's dumbfounded expression. "This is the first time I've seen Kaori Karasawa use 4 aerial return," Lu Qing thought for a moment and replied, scratching head expression, "That's true. I've never seen her use it before in all the videos I've watched. I've only heard that Shinjai sect has such a combo." Yen Jika replied, "Before she mastered Qi, she probably wouldn't have been able to hit 4 times in a row. After she mastered Qi, she hasn't encountered a situation where she needs to use quadruple return of swallows. To be able to force Kaori Karasawa to use quadruple return of swallows, Brother Cheng is the best." "Pfft. You're beating around the bush just to comfort me." Lu Qing burst out laughing, his mood even more soothed. He sent messages as he walked, keeping an eye on the road from the corner of his eyes. He walked steadily. Peng Liyun and the rest followed behind, intending to wait in the changing room. It was quite a mess outside as people were leaving. "What else?" Yen Jika rolled her eyes. "If you say that Kaori Karasawa is very strong and that it's normal for you to lose, or if you hug her tighter and tighter, then you say that it's not a crime for a man to cry. The earlier we can get 3rd place, the earlier we can go home. We'll see our little fairy in September." "You make it sound like it's easy for me to beat Gusai," replied Lu Qing. "Isn't that so?" Yen Jika replied with a blank expression. "Let's not talk about the injuries. Gusai has them too. The main thing is that I want to experience the heart reflection punch and the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation." "Understood. You want to learn from Peng Liyun? It's only been a few days, and you've been led astray by him. Are you worthy of me?" Yen Jika joked and scolded him. "After this, I don't know when I'll be able to meet an expert from the Theravada sect." Lu Qing casually explained. Normally speaking, he would always give it his all. Yes, it's good to experience more." Yen Jika sent a cute emoji of a little monster licking ice cream. "But you have to remember that the difference between 3rd and 4th place is 100,000 renminbi, F*ck. I don't want to experience anymore. I just want to defeat Gusai as soon as possible," replied Lu Qing humorously. After that, Yen Jika asked a few more questions about his injuries. After confirming that he was fine, she went back to class with a peace of mind. As he approached the bathroom, Lu Qing browsed through the live stream post. Seeing that there weren't many regrets but many exclamations, he quickly explained. "I was too engrossed and forgot to take pictures. Yes, I was too engrossed in the fight. This excuse can only be used once, I also forgot about other things. It's not your fault, little tiger." Wonton Seller replied. Waving handkerchief expression, yeah, it was 2F** king exciting. Kaori Karasawa's Japanese swordsmanship is amazing. Lu Cheng's prediction is even better. Replied Unparalleled Dragon King. I suspect that Lu Cheng has discovered the signs of the flying dragon takedown. That's insane. Said Pig Riding Knight. Looking at their discussion, Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. He planned to start anew after taking a shower. Where are Yen Shaoling and Brahman? At this moment, he suddenly realized that his two loyal fans weren't among the communicators in the live stream post. Puzzled, Lu Cheng entered his name and entered the fan forum. As his gaze swept across the forum, he suddenly froze. This was because there were many similar posts on the front page of the forum, but they were from different people. Yen Shaoling, Brahman, Nye Chi, Bull Demon King, all the good names are taken by dogs, and other IDs lined up neatly and said, "You're great. You're great. You're great." Lu Cheng swiped his thumb and saw that it wasn't just the front page. They had been posting screen after screen since the end of the competition. Even though they knew it was useless, they still tried their best. Lu Cheng's vision blurred again. He was exceptionally moved by their pure love and unrepentant support. They no longer paid attention to him on impulse or for fun. They came from different corners of the world. They were strangers, yet so familiar. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, put down his phone, turned on the shower, and washed off the sweat and blood on his body. His mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the hideous wound on his fist, he couldn't help but feel relieved that there was no live stream in China. Otherwise, his mother would nag him to death if she didn't see him vomiting blood and suffering a deep wound that exposed his bones. I'll video call her later. I'll take the initiative to explain the situation and make it light. Otherwise, someone watching the live stream will mention it to her. It's never a bad idea to take precautions. After the shower, Lu Cheng ate the pills for internal injuries that Yen Zhika had strongly requested him to bring along. He also applied a large band-aid to his wound. After changing his clothes and walking out of the bathroom, he saw that Peng Liyun wasn't in a daze but was playing a game on his phone. Remembering the flying dragon takedown, he quickly reminded him. Before Kaori Karasawa's flying dragon takedown, there will be a slight cracking sound. It sounds like she is compressing her fascia, bones, muscles, and force. He was lucky to have noticed it. Without the ice mirror, who would notice the almost inaudible sound during an intense fight? Similarly, if he didn't have a premonition of danger and knew that Kaori Karasawa was about to make a move, even with the ice mirror, he would have subconsciously ignored the tiny noise. He wouldn't have heard the cracking sound at all. It wasn't for nothing that the signs of flying dragon takedown hadn't been discovered for so many years. Therefore, even if Peng Liyun knew about it beforehand, it was hard to say if he could grasp it. Peng Liyun forgot about the game, lifted his head, and nodded thoughtfully. I see, beside him, and Chaoyang smiled and said, I feel like Kaori Karasawa's win wasn't worth it. For a few 100,000, you discovered one of the most important secrets of the Shinjai sect. Now that you mention it, even I'm a little scared. Replied Lu Cheng half-jokingly. If they know that I discovered the signs of flying dragon takedown, will they come after me? At this point, he answered his own question. Not afraid. If they dare to come after me, I'll post it online. Let's see who's more ruthless. Peng Liyun chuckled at his words and started spacing out. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. His expression changed. **T. I screwed over my teammates, you're only suited for single-player games. While Lu Cheng was complaining in his mind, Renli took the lead and pulled open the door to the changing room. She wanted to lead the way, but Zhong Ningtao quickly stopped her. Creak. The door opened. Renli saw a mixed-blood beauty leading a camera team. Hee, we meet again. Catherine smiled amiably. Renli tilted her head. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen her before. She could only pretend that they were familiar. Here for another interview. After saying this, she finally remembered who she was. Realization dawned on her. She added, "You're the reporter who spoke Chinese but didn't say it." You embarrassed Lu Cheng. At the mention of this, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Cheng scratched the back of his head and blushed again. After that incident, he had browsed Xinjiang's website in an attempt to find news reports. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand Xinjiang's language and could only give up. Catherine smiled. That time, I only wrote a simple news report. Today, I'm here for an interview. 2 of the wild card team made it to the semi-finals, while 1 made it to the finals. An interview was necessary. Otherwise, how could they set the atmosphere for the finals? That's good, that's good. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he watched Peng Liyun become the main character of this interview. With the experience from before, the interview this time went by the book without any accidents. At the end of the interview, Catherine said with a smile, "Lu Cheng, you have a nickname in Japan." "What?" blurted Lu Cheng. He immediately regretted it. He should have asked if the nickname was good. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have listened. Kathleen smiled sweetly and said, "The demonic beast from Nebula M78. When she finished, she saw Lu Cheng's face darken a few shades. After the interview, the wild card team returned to the hotel. Everyone went to their own rooms and did their own things. After the video call with Chi Fang ended, Lu Cheng began to recall every detail of the battle with Kaori Karasawa. He analyzed the situation and summed up his gains and losses. Yen Jika liked this kind of thing. She interacted with him from the perspective of a bystander. The next morning, Lu Cheng, who had yet to recover from his injuries, continued his metamorphosis. During the sparring session in the morning, he held back and only did a warm-up. When they gathered for lunch, Zhong Ningtao clapped his hands and said, "We have an event in the afternoon. The organizing committee has invited us to visit the Golden Buddha Temple and interact with some of the monks and young boxers. This is an official event for the King of Youth Pro League. The top 16 should try their best to attend." "Why didn't you mention this before?" asked An Chaoyang, puzzled. Zhong Ningtao shook his head. "I don't know why either. This kind of official event happens every year. In the past, it was held after the finals. Who knew it would be brought forward this time?" "Yeah. I don't have anything going on in the afternoon anyway." Peng Liyun agreed with great interest after returning from outer heaven. Lu Cheng, and Chaoyang, and Renli followed suit. Chapter 484. The official activities of the King of Four Nations were split into 3 parts. The first was to visit the famous Golden Buddha Temple in Fulua, the second was to listen to the real living Arhat Zhao Wu preaching, and the third was to train with young monks and martial arts masters. Other than the places where filming was prohibited, the media followed the entire process. In the afternoon, Lu Cheng and the others entered the temple under the scorching sun and the steamer-like atmosphere. They admired the exotic Zen forest up close, which was very different from the Buddhist temples in China. The buildings here were sharp and majestic, giving off the characteristics of primitive Buddhism. As the Theravada saw Mahayana as a heresy, they didn't recognize the Bodhisattva or the many Buddhas mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures. The main hall here only enshrined Sakyamuni and his disciples, such as Mahakassapa and others. Outside the main hall, there was an urn with Brahma, the god of 4 faces, guarding the door. His golden body was heavy and glowing, his 8 arms extended and holding objects. As it was an official activity, Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and the rest wore the representative martial arts suit with white background and red vertical stripes. It was a stark contrast to Kaori Karasawa, Moko Yamashita and the rest who wore traditional clothes and didn't mind the heat. Vagar, on the other hand, was still wearing his big brimmed hat and general uniform. He walked majestically and looked as domineering as ever. It was as though he had forgotten the scars of losing to Kaori Karasawa and the fact that he couldn't even force her to use the quadruple aerial attack. Banam was dressed in a typical Nanjing martial arts suit. His hands and feet were wrapped in white bandages. He habitually walked at the back of the group, at a place where no one would notice. Waku and Gusai, one thin and one fat, were dressed in eye-catching monk robes that complemented the surroundings. During the visit, they were divided into groups of 3 to 5 according to the representative group. There was a clear boundary between each group. Lu Qing took out his phone and acted like a responsible tourist. As long as there was a place to take photos, regardless of the quality of the photos, he would take them. He planned to share them with his wife at night. As for An Chaoyang and Renli, their only purpose was to wait for him to steal the photos. Peng Liyun, a guy whose phone camera was broken and who was distracted from time to time, was only fit to be a salted fish. Just after 3:30 p.m., they ended their tour and entered a building that looked like a lecture hall. At the head of the hall sat a sallow, emaciated, and old monk. His eyes were half closed, and he looked plain and unadorned. There wasn't anything special about him. He was Master Zhao Wu, who had achieved the initial state of Luohan and was equivalent to someone who had just entered the physical invulnerability state. Zhao Wu didn't even lift his eyelids. His attitude was calm. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he started to speak in the Pali language that Buddha used to write the scriptures. The 4 middle-aged monks standing on his left and right translated in English, Chinese, Japanese, and Xinjiang language at the same time. Their voices overlapped and echoed in the meditation hall. There was an inexplicable deep and distant, solemn, and enlightening feeling. Lu Qing listened with great interest, trying to broaden his knowledge. But as he listened, he began to have doubts. Master Zhao Wu wasn't talking about Buddhist scriptures or stories, but the actual cultivation method of the 16 insight wisdom. Starting from understanding the body and mind, step by step, using metaphors to explain, it made people feel that they could really learn something from it. It can't be. Is the cultivation method of the 16 insight wisdom so worthless that he would just casually teach it to us? Lu Qing moved closer to Peng Liyun and whispered. This was equivalent to the core strength of the ice sect and the fire sect. Peng Liyun tilted his head and looked at him. His lips opened and closed. His voice was inaudible, but it went straight into Lu Cheng's ears. He's only talking about the basics. He won't talk about the more profound content of the 16 insight wisdom. If you're really interested and walk on this path, he'll definitely welcome you with open arms and legs. He'll personally guide you and teach you. Seeing that Lu Cheng was enlightened, he continued, it's not bad to listen to it. The 16 insight wisdom isn't recorded in any Buddhist scriptures. It's a practical cultivation method that was refined by the eminent monks after Sakyamuni who cultivated Arhat Buddhahood. Yes, they're called saints. It's very interesting. Lu Qing sized Peng Liyun up and smiled curiously. It's normal for me to listen to it. You're a Taoist disciple, half a practitioner. Why are you here to listen to it? I've decided to give Peng Liyun a nickname. He'll be called Taoist. A Taoist who's always in a trance. Peng Liyun laughed softly. Since the Song dynasty, there have been many mutual interpretations of Buddhist scriptures, perfecting each other's philosophical system. Some of them also fused with each other's cultivation method. If I listen to Hinayana, I might be able to comprehend by analogy. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes started to drift and his thoughts were no longer focused. Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He straightened his body and raised his head. Coincidentally, he saw Master Zhao Wu looking at him and nodding his head slightly. He wasn't angry, sullen, happy, or smiling. However, that pair of half-closed eyes suddenly opened. At the same time when they opened, Lu Cheng's eyes seemed to be filled with radiance. He saw Master Zhao Wu's skin turn golden. He grew 3 heads and extended 6 arms. His entire body was emitting flames, sacred and dignified. It can't be. Is there really such a thing as the golden body of Arhat? Lu Cheng was deeply shocked. He subconsciously formed an ice mirror to reflect his surroundings. He suspected that his senses and spirit were affected by Master Zhao Wu's mystical abilities and that he was hallucinating. In the ice mirror, the water shimmered. A golden body arhat with 3 heads and 6 arms shone brightly. It's real. Lu Qing didn't believe in superstition. He simply did a force concentration to balance the rotation of ice and fire, forming a miniature, starry sky, where darkness and light, cold and high temperature coexisted. This was to maximize the subtle premonition that had merged with his body. The surroundings seemed to have become empty. As Lu Qing released his force concentration, he looked at Zhao Wu again. He discovered that his muscles had already bulged into a streamlined shape. His skin was emitting a dark golden glow. However, where were the 3 heads, 6 arms? Where were the flames emitting from his entire body? No, in the void around him, his aura condensed as though it had materialized. Faintly, 2 blurry heads and 4 arms holding weapons appeared. At this point, Lu Qing understood the gist of it. The golden body arhat he saw earlier was half real and half fake. It was formed by the aura condensed by Master Zhao Wu's physical body and his powerful spirit. This is an expert of the same level as a physical invulnerability expert. Thinking back to the scene of Master in the White World, he was really a land immortal. As he thought about it, Lu Cheng's state of mind calmed down. He leisurely admired Zhao Wu's miraculous display. His gaze swept past Peng Liyun. He discovered that his eyes were out of focus and his expression was blank. He didn't know where he was wandering. He didn't care about the golden body arhat at all. Master Zhao Wu's coquettish eyes were thrown at a blind man. Lu Qing criticized silently. He shifted his gaze and saw Renli looking at the seat of honor attentively. The light in her eyes flickered as though a storm was gathering. And Chaoyang was muttering to himself with a sentimental expression as though he was reciting a poem. Reciting a poem? Lu Qing tilted his ears in surprise. He heard in Chaoyang reciting softly, "That year, I kowtowed and embraced the dust. Not for Buddha, but for your warmth." Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but curse silently, "Hee, this bunch of salted fish. They came here to listen to the scriptures for nothing. Well, except for Renli, I'll have to tell this to Cuckoo. It'll definitely make her laugh." At 4:10 p.m., the lecture ended. The group walked out of the meditation hall. Lu Qing casually sized up Kori Karasawa, Vagar, and the rest. He wanted to see any reaction from witnessing the golden body arhat from their faces. However, they were all determined people. Their expressions had already returned to normal. He couldn't see any clues. On the other hand, the other boxing masters and samurai were still in a daze. They were obviously in a great shock and were about to doubt their lives. Next was the tutorial session. According to the arrangement of the organizing committee, they were divided into 2 groups. A few female contestants went to guide the younger female boxing masters. The rest went to the dining hall to taste the monk's rice and wait for their turn. Worried that Renli would get lost, the leader Zhong Ningtao gave Lu Qing a few words of advice before hurrying over. Muko Yamashita watched quietly and nodded his head slightly. Dining hall. The monk's rice was served one by one. The water was clear and the rice was coarse. It was extremely simple. Lu Qing, Peng Liyun, and Chaoyang each ate a few mouthfuls before stopping. Why would they torture themselves when they weren't hungry? Speaking of which, I'm starting to miss the various delicacies of my homeland. Lu Qing swallowed his saliva. After a short while, the monks started to clean up the tableware. Muko Yamashita, who was not far away, glanced over from the corner of his eye. Seeing that the 3 of them had no objections and allowed the monk to take away the utensils in front of them, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. This monk had already been bribed. The utensils they used would be directly collected by Otaki Mamatori. Although Lu Qing and the rest had been eating out every day, they weren't pre-ordered. Hence, they couldn't be bribed in advance. Moreover, their leader would take care of things at the end. This time, the leader had already been transferred away. At this moment, Lu Qing suddenly remembered something. He quickly stopped the monk who was about to leave with the utensils. He smiled at Peng Liyun and then Chaoyang and said, "You guys are too careless. Where is this place?" "This is Nanyang. Sorcery is rampant and curses are everywhere. You can't leave anything closely related to yourself behind to prevent others from using it to cast spells." This was what he thought of according to the leader's instructions. Seeing that Peng Liyun and Chaoyang were in a daze, Lu Qing proudly wiped the edge of the bowl he used and wiped the other utensils that were stained with his saliva. The dark flame flickered. It didn't burn the material, but it was slightly steaming. "That's a good move," Peng Liyun praised. To be able to use the flame to remove the traces without burning the utensils, this level of control was admirable. Lu Cheng's transformation should be complete soon, right? As he spoke, he stood up as well. A silvery white flame appeared in his hand. He wiped all the utensils that belonged to him and didn't leave anything else behind. Seeing this, and Chaoyang was eager to start as well. He hadn't cultivated his supernatural ability yet, so he could only destroy with special waves. In the end, he shamefully took out wet wipes. Muko Yamashita, who was not far away, watched silently, dumbfounded. While the female experts were giving guidance, a sudden gust of wind blew over, dispelling the dullness and teasing Renli's straight hair. After reaching 6th pin, each strand of her hair was very sturdy. Without external forces, it would be hard for it to fall. During guidance training, there was no need to tie up her hair. Just then, Kaori Karasawa, who was near her, quietly flicked her fingers. A twisting gust of wind was hidden in the natural environment, perfectly complementing the movements of the training girl. It twisted 2 strands of Renli's hair and silently tore them off, as if accidentally caused by the girl's moves. No one could train absolute reaction to their hair. 2 strands of black hair with hair follicles fell. Although Renli felt it, she didn't find it strange and continued to feed the training girl. Kaori Karasawa's expression became more relaxed, the smile on her face still as sweet as ever. After the guidance, she pretended that an item had fallen and rolled to the side. She walked over and bent down to pick it up. When Renli returned to the canteen, Lu Qing told her about the Nanyang sorcery and curse voodoo and reminded her to be careful. Renli replied confidently, "That's nothing. I know curses too." "You know curses too?" asked Lu Qing, shocked. "Yeah. There are some voodoo curses in the plague sect. It takes a long time to prepare and there's no time to use them in battle. Also, the materials that can be gathered are usually useless and often fail. However, it's 100% accurate for myself," said Renli thoughtfully. "I think I lost a few strands of hair just now. I can reverse the curse." At this point, she looked at Zhong Ningtao eagerly. "Leader, I'd like to apply to go out and buy some materials." "Damn, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Renli. I can't afford to offend you." Lu Qing couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. "She knows how to curse." "That's not right. I think I can reflect curses." At this thought, he didn't say anything else. Together with Peng Liyun, and Chaoyang, and the rest, they headed to the square to guide the pugilists and acolytes who were at most 12 or 13 years old. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw their youthful but devoted expressions and their skillful but fierce movements. In China, this age was the first time they came into contact with martial arts. They were still at the stage of building the foundation and training their bodies. They were still a few years away from forming combat strength. It wasn't that long, but the whole society had come to a consensus that practicing martial arts at such a young age would interfere with their development and cause various negative consequences. It could also affect the child's mental health. During this process, quality education would be supplemented to prevent 1 or 2 of them from becoming illiterate. If their martial arts path was cut off in the future, they wouldn't become handicapped. However, this wasn't the case in Xinjiang. Most of them were poor and led a tough life. Although it wasn't to the extent that they didn't have a proper meal, they weren't much better off either. They had to work hard to support themselves from a young age. If they were lucky enough to be chosen to practice martial arts, it was a great thing. The earlier they could master it, the earlier they could have combat strength, and the earlier they could serve the nurturer. This was the common wish of all parties. Due to the lack of high-level experts, many of the referees here weren't up to standard. Fights were often out of control, and the smell of blood and cruelty permeated the air. However, such boxing matches were unusually popular. Many people loved them and were willing to spend money for them. According to the reports he had read, the boxing masters in Xinjiang were a group with a high rate of disability. If they hadn't reached the inhuman stage and had their root pulp mutated, they would often suffer from illness and pain after they passed their prime. They might not even live past 50. Of course, compared to many other professions, this was already very fortunate. Not only was the income good, but they could also bully the weak with their martial arts and seize some resources. As for transvestites, they were glorious for a moment, but painful for many years. The reason why there was such a difference between the two countries was because other than martial arts, China was developing well in other aspects as well. For children, practicing martial arts was mostly a dream and a future, but for people of the same age in Xinjiang, it was only a matter of survival. Lu Qing guided them with all his heart. There was no discrimination, only sighing. The qualifications of the child opposite them were only average. In China, he wouldn't be able to pass the first distribution. He had to study. At 5:30 p.m., the event ended. Lu Cheng and the rest didn't encounter any trouble. They successfully found a place to eat and returned to the hotel. At night, at the place where the Japanese representatives were staying, the researcher, Masai Otaki, held back his excitement and started the preliminary treatment of Renli's hair, intending to separate the hair follicles. He was concentrating on the operation when a dim light suddenly lit up in front of him. He saw the 2 strands of hair burning rapidly, turning into ashes in an instant, giving off a faint fruity fragrance. How did this happen? Masai Otaki was dumbfounded. After a few minutes, the phone in the room of the Japanese representative's leader rang. He picked it up and realized it was Masai Otaki. He was shouting with difficulty, "Help, help, help." The leader hurried out and called for help. He opened the door of Masai Otaki's room and saw him lying on the floor, curled up like a shrimp, vomiting non-stop. He seemed to be in pain. It's poisonous." Masai Otaki struggled to say after seeing the "help." "Seems like a mistake." Renli stared blankly at the dazzling array of decorations in front of her and muttered to herself. "There shouldn't be anyone around, right? Forget it, I won't really hurt anyone. I'll just feel uncomfortable for a while." Yes. That's settled." Renli clapped her hands and walked to the bathroom happily, intending to take a good bath. The next day, August 27th, Lu Cheng, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, felt that he would be able to complete his transformation in another 2 to 3 days and truly enter the inhuman stage. After the morning sparring session, he rested, watched the videos, and waited for the next match to experience the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. As for whether Peng Liyun or Kori Karasawa would be the final champion, he would definitely stand on his teammate's side. At 7:30 p.m., they arrived at the Xinjiang Stadium after a full meal. They entered the changing room to make the final adjustments before the match. Outside the door, there was a sea of people and the heat was overwhelming. It didn't seem like they were watching the finals, but rather a festival. Inside the door, Peng Liyun was holding his phone horizontally. It was playing the battle video between Lu Cheng and Kori Karasawa. However, his eyes weren't focused on the screen, as if he was thinking of something. Renli, who had nothing to do, was also playing with her phone. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed from time to time as if she wanted to argue with someone. However, she controlled herself in the end. And Chaoyang, on the other hand, had his headphones on, listening to music quietly as if he was in a deserted place. As for Lu Cheng, he was, of course, chatting with his little fairy. "If you lose, I'll laugh at you for the rest of my life, cover mouth snicker emoji, for the rest of my life." Lu Cheng's lips curled as he typed, "This feels so scary." I have to think about how much I should lose. Just like that, time ticked by. Lu Qing put away his phone, intending to close his eyes and rest for 15 minutes. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Peng Liyun's return from the corner of his eye. His eyes were rejuvenated, and he couldn't help but remember something. He asked in a low voice, "What's with the curse? It feels weird and scary. Is it based on the principle of quantum entanglement?" He guessed with his half-baked knowledge of physics. Peng Liyun turned his head to look at him and chuckled. "That's a blind spot in my knowledge. I'm just an undergraduate, you know this joke." Lu Qing blurted out in surprise. "I'm not a caveman." Peng Liyun shook the phone in his hand, amused. Both he and Lu Qing were rather relaxed. In the Japanese representatives area, the leader took a deep breath and threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He looked at Kaori Karasawa and asked, "How do you feel?" Next up was the battle for Japan's honor. Kaori Karasawa moved her limbs and smiled. "Not bad. My injuries should be fine now." "Good." The leader nodded in satisfaction. In another changing room, Gusai, who was preparing, saw the leader walking over and heard him say in a deep voice, "Lu Qing defeated Muko Yamashita, Banam, and even forced Kaori Karasawa to use the quadruple aerial ace. He's publicly recognized as one of the top 4 experts in this competition. If you can defeat him, you'll be able to clear your name and Xinxiang's name. You'll be praised by everyone and receive all the glory." Gusai was also an accomplished monk. He wasn't agitated when he heard that. Instead, he replied calmly, "He's a true expert. There's a certain gap between us. It's unlikely that I'll win. Besides, he was also injured in the battle with Peng Liyun." "Don't worry. We've already contacted Wu Xing from Miluo. He'll be the referee for the match between you and Lu Qing," said the leader proudly. "Lu Qing will find out and be suspected by everyone." Gusai shook his head slowly. "No, because he won't affect your opponent or interfere with your battle. It's just that his mutated ability can help you perform better at crucial moments without attracting attention. Fight with all your heart and show everyone what the right way is." The leader waved his hand passionately. Entering the finals would be too eye-catching. 3rd place was just right. After a moment of silence, Gusai replied, "I only know how to be myself. I didn't hear anything else." "Very good." The leader left, satisfied. Waku, who had followed along, watched quietly without saying a word. Perhaps this was the hurdle of Junior Gusai's cultivation. He would only understand after experiencing it for real. When he won against Lu Qing, he would often feel guilty and troubled because of this matter. Unable to see through it, he would then understand the falseness of his body and mind. He would hate everything in this world and develop the intention to leave. Gusai sat there motionless for a long time. Only when the announcement was made did he suddenly stand up like a mountain, his terrifyingly fat jiggling. Chapter 485. August 27, 8 p.m. sharp, the broadcast in the Xinxiang Stadium started to guide the atmosphere. The audience cheered and cheered. Before the final match, there would be a battle between the 3rd and 4th places to warm up the atmosphere. "Young man, go for it. In order to get more money, there's no cheering today. Only a spur from Coach Yen." Yen Zhika sent a message on time. "Spur." Lu Qing chuckled softly. Holding head trembling expression, weak chicken shivering in fear. Following that, he added another sentence with an, "on steroids," emoji, "I can only work harder." After a few words, he exited QQ and passed his unlocked phone to An Chaoyang. He bumped fists with An Chaoyang and reminded him repeatedly, "Don't take photos until I'm about to enter the arena. When you post it, don't say anything unless you can." He had run out of excuses and reasons. He could only use An Chaoyang, who was relatively more reliable among the unreliable. Okay. An Chaoyang nodded to show that he knew what to do. He didn't expect Lu Qing to have such a nagging side. After giving instructions on the live broadcast, Lu Qing saw Peng Liyun reach out his fist and bump it with himself. Peng Liyun smiled and said, "Don't make a mistake." "Ah. Make a mistake." Peng Liyun knows this phrase. Does he know that Chaoyang and I always talk about him like this during his matches? Hearing this familiar phrase, Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but blush. And Chaoyang couldn't help but cough twice, as if he was caught talking behind someone's back. Caught in the act, ha! Lu Qing laughed dryly and replied, "No, no." At this moment, Renli reached out her fist and looked at him with guilt. She confessed, "It's my fault for spilling the beans, haha, it's okay, it's okay." Lu Qing said with a forced smile. With such a relaxed feeling, he turned around and walked along the aisle towards the arena. His steps were steady and his momentum was restrained. In the live broadcast post, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Do we still need to watch this match? When I wake up, I'm sure it will be news of Lu Qing taking down his opponent again. Okamoto's fan said exaggeratedly. A plumber eating mushrooms retorted out of habit, "That's where you're wrong. Drinking cold beer, eating barbecue, and watching an exciting match that you're destined to win, isn't that wonderful? This is what I call enjoyment. You too, go squat in the corner. Don't ruin my Lu Chang's character." Eternal Nightfall, Yan Shaoling fiercely whistled and gave out red cards. However, her ally, Brahman, didn't think so. Wagging tail proudly expression, said, "The snacks are ready. All that's left is the competition." While they were chatting excitedly, Lu Qing was the first to step into the arena. He stood on the left side of the referee and didn't unleash his aura. Instead, he quietly watched as Gusai walked over. This opponent was wearing a dark red monk robe. His figure was tall and sturdy and fat, like a shocking mountain of flesh. His skin was suffused with a dark golden luster, and there were many mystical aspects to him. His features were stretched to make him look small, and his expression wasn't as bitter as Waku's. Although his eyes were deep, there was a lack of insight and disgust. While Lu Qing was sizing up his opponent, Gusai was sizing him up as well. He felt that the young man on the arena was in high spirits. With a smile on his face, he was gentle and reserved, like an ordinary college student who posed no threat. However, he gave off the feeling that he was as still as a mountain as he stood there. It was as if the moment he exploded, he would be as terrifying as Mount Tai collapsing. Gusai's breathing became heavier, but quickly returned to normal. He slowly stepped onto the arena, and couldn't help but glance at the referee from the corner of his eye. This referee from Miluo, Wu Sheng, had a dark face and sparse slick-back hair. His expression was stern and unsmiling, and he didn't respond to Gusai's glance. He was as calm as usual. He was equivalent to an experienced inhuman mighty one. Gusai retracted his gaze and threw all distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He stood opposite Lu Qing, about 10 meters apart. Glancing at the digital clock, Wu Sheng confirmed that it was about to reach 8:10. He raised his palm and gestured to his left and right. Then, he swung his right hand down abruptly. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the arena, "Begin." The third and fourth place match of the King of Youth tournament had officially begun. The muscles on Lu Chang's thighs suddenly tightened around his trouser legs, revealing distinct lines and contours. At the same time, he swayed his waist and shifted his center of gravity forward, as though he was about to pounce, like a raging blizzard ready to explode. When Gusai instinctively made a leap to the right, he lifted his left leg and stomped forward. It was just a testing step. Snap! As thin cracks spread, Lu Qing stirred up a strong gust of wind and pounced to his left. With one leap, he covered a distance of about 10 meters, just in time to block his dodging opponent. Gusai took in a deep breath and suddenly lowered his body. His dark golden fats were clearly defined, transforming into shocking muscles. He planned to take Lu Cheng's incoming attack head-on with the heart reflection punch. At this moment, Lu Cheng's fascia suddenly twisted, his muscles swelled, and his footsteps corresponded to his movements. He forcibly changed his direction and broke through the air barrier with a bang, creating a close-range wind that blew directly at Gusai's face. Do do gang, northern wind howling. The strong wind caused Gusai's body to sway slightly. He instinctively closed his eyes, feeling as though a cold knife was scraping against his face. Dodging to the side, Lu Cheng shifted his feet inward, twisted his knees and thighs, twisted his waist and back muscles, swung his arms, and threw a punch. Bam! The crisp sound entered Gusai's ears. He didn't have time to use the heart reflection punch. Gathering all the strength in his body, he quickly raised his arm to block to the side. Poof! Lu Cheng's fist landed on his forearm, denting it and rippling his fat, but it didn't shake his opponent's body. Twisting his waist and back, Lu Cheng shifted his footsteps again. Just as Gusai turned to face him head-on, Lu Cheng circled to the side of his opponent again, bent his elbow, and rammed into him fiercely. Although he wanted to experience the heart reflection punch and its killer move, the Fist of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, he wasn't going to be as reckless as Peng Liyun, who went head-on without any preparation. He planned to tangle for a while, fully understand the strength of Gusai's fists and legs, before trying it out. That way, if something went wrong, he would be able to detect it immediately and retaliate in time. He wouldn't be forced to the brink of defeat and play with his heart. Bam! Bam, bam. With his footwork, Lu Cheng weaved through flowers and trees, launching 3 consecutive moves, punches, kicks, and grabs, to complete a close-range confrontation with Gusai. He had a solid grasp of his opponent's strength. This Theravada monk was indeed gifted. His body could withstand and fight, and his strength was on par with Lu Cheng, who was at the inhuman stage. He was only at a slight disadvantage. However, it was clear that they were more inclined towards mental strength and lacked profound fist and leg techniques. With a judgment in mind, Lu Cheng pulled away slightly, no longer engaging in close-range combat. He reined in his thoughts and condensed a cold, round mirror that clearly reflected the scene within a few dozen centimeters around him. It was as though his soul had left his body and was floating in the air, looking down on everything around him emotionlessly. Once he got the ice mirror, Lu Cheng immediately withdrew his chi and blood, pulled back his arm and quickly swung his elbow. Bam! He threw a punch like lightning, the high-speed friction against the air and igniting a layer of crimson, almost white flames. It was as though he had put on a flashy glove. With a break, Gusai could finally catch his breath. Channeling his spirit, bitterness surfaced in his eyes. He threw an ordinary straight punch with flowing dark golden light, colliding head-on with Lu Cheng's fire fist. Boom! Flames flew everywhere, and the dark golden light on Gusai's fist faded from the explosion. Affected by both the explosion of Dan force and the shockwave, he took a few steps back, not daring to take it head-on. On the other hand, Lu Cheng felt discomfort in his throat. His lungs tightened as though they were burning. He couldn't breathe, as though he was suffering from a serious illness. Not only that, he also experienced the weakness of his body. It was as though he had been bedridden for a long time, no longer able to dominate the arena. Heart reflection punch, illness. In life, the torment of illness was unavoidable. Everyone would experience it a few times. The memories hidden in Lu Cheng's body were triggered, resonating with Gusai's fist intent. He broke through his past and was infected with a serious illness. His fists and legs became weak, as though he could only watch as his opponent threw a punch at him. His defensive movements were abnormally slow. It was a very real feeling. But in Lu Cheng's condescending view, in the reflection of the ice mirror, his blood was surging, roaring as it circulated. His muscles were young and vigorous, ready to break walls and crack the ground at any time. There was no sign of illness at all. Everything that happened before was an illusion, produced by his brain under the influence of external waves. His brain secreted the corresponding hormones, deepening the sense of reality. It's good to be healthy. Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh as he felt the contrast between his seriously ill body and his real body. He took half a step forward with his left foot, expanding his muscles. His right fist struck out with a bang, blocking Gusai's fist that was trying to sneak up on him. With a muffled bang, both fists seemed to be out of shape. Gusai's monk robes swayed, almost ignited by the flames. He hurriedly took half a step back, a bitter look on his face as he swung his arm in reverse. Heart reflection punch, pain. Lu Qing, of course, chose to take it head-on. He gathered and released his qi and blood, thickening his left arm. He threw a vicious punch without dodging. The surrounding temperature dropped abruptly, condensing into water droplets and white mist. They clustered around the sparkling fist, and as it struck Gusai's forearm, the muscles caved in and turned into fat, and the dark gold turned into a greenish white. In that instant, Gusai was forced back 2 meters, his feet leaving clear marks on the ground. His arms and forearms were covered in white frost, and his lips trembled from the cold. Lu Qing heard his stomach growling and felt an uncontrollable hunger. It was as though he had turned into an ascetic monk, living under strict discipline, enduring the sun and rain, begging for a living, and refusing to eat past noon. Dry and tasteless food, eating without any pleasure, and the discomfort of being so hungry that his hand was about to reach out from his throat assaulted his mind. He couldn't wait to admit defeat, turn around, and rush back to the restaurant to gorge himself on food. No, he should hurry back to his country and feast on the various delicacies he had been missing for a long time. Stir-fried eel, Old Lu's grilled eggplant, roasted beef with potatoes, stewed pork ribs with lotus roots, tomato and egg soup, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy crab, braised crayfish. Images flashed through Lu Cheng's mind, making him more aware of the torment of an ascetic monk. Bam! He mustered all the strength in his body, swung his arms violently, and threw a punch. Fight for the delicacies. Of course, the ice mirror was only a ripple, not broken. It clearly reflected the reality that he wasn't hungry. This allowed him to control his emotions and not be anxious or impatient. Bam! Gusai, who had just turned around and pounced, was forced back again. The ground cracked under his feet. Shock flashed through his mind. He couldn't believe that Lu Qing could unleash such ferocious strength in his hungry state. Food is the god of the people. Lu Qing swallowed, stretched his body, and chased after him. His muscles were defined and firm, as though he was a deity who had descended to earth. Again. He shouted to himself. With great interest, he swung out his right arm, turning his fist into a spear and thrusting it at Gusai's throat. The Emperor Yen force contained in it ignited the surrounding air, causing it to contract inward like a ball of fire. Gusai's eyes blazed with white light. He didn't dare to hold back or test his strength anymore. He hurriedly channeled his spirit and burst forth with the 5 skandhas light in his eyes. He stepped forward, swung his arm, and charged forward silently. 6 paths of reincarnation punch, hungry ghost sect. He wanted to use his unrestrained greed to secretly influence his opponent's mind. He wanted Lu Qing to become more and more impatient as the fight went on. The more he fought, the more he would neglect other issues and only have the impulse to take him down in one go. This was an extremely difficult fist force to detect. The victim was usually unaware of it. By the time they realized it and tried to suppress it, it was already too late. They were already on the brink of failure, or had already failed. That was why Gusai used it as a prelude. Boom! The ball of fire exploded, the flames rolling. The monk robe on Gusai's arm was shredded inch by inch. Cracks appeared on the dark golden luster. His other palm was spread out in front of his face as he staggered backwards to neutralize the impact of the Emperor Yen force. In terms of power alone, no one would dare to be ranked in the top 3 if this core force of the fire sect was ranked 4th. Ripples appeared on Lu Cheng's ice mirror. The crystalline layer seemed to be about to crack, but it also revealed the spy who had infiltrated it. Prepared and suppressed, the fistful of the hungry ghost sect was detected just like that. That's pretty amazing. Turning water into ice and calming his mind, Lu Qing suppressed his impatience and cut off his greed. His punches and kicks were well behaved, showing no flaws. He fought steadily. Gusai was secretly surprised. He added 2 more rounds of Hungry Ghost Sect, but it still didn't affect his opponent. He had no choice but to change the fist force in his eyes. Calm and unperturbed, he took a deep breath, arched his back slightly, raised his arm high, and swung his fist down. It seemed fast and fierce, but it didn't stir up any wind. Lu Qing lowered his waist and raised his right arm, which was across his lower abdomen, and struck out in the opposite direction. It collided with his opponent's fist in mid-air, creating a reverberating sound. His emotions fell and returned to calmness. All of a sudden, the battle was meaningless. The competition was meaningless, and defeating his opponent was even more meaningless. Why am I standing here? Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? At this very moment, Lu Qing seemed to have entered the sage hour. He was no longer interested in worldly matters. He was pondering about philosophical questions about the world and himself. His interest in Gusai's elbow was waning. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Punch, Path of the Deva. This could help one overcome desires, eliminate emotions, and distance oneself from the hell of the heart. When used in battle, it could neutralize the opponent's fighting spirit and reduce the secretion of the corresponding hormones. It would make the opponent lazy and not want to defend. Even if they tried to block instinctively, they wouldn't be able to muster the energy. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation had their own mysteries. However, this state had the same effect as the ice mirror. Both were designed to subdue one's emotions and prevent interference. Lu Qing quickly adapted to it. The lake in his heart perfectly reflected his own situation. With the cold and merciless will of the heavens, he began to drive the operation of his physical body. Hormones were secreted and his muscles swelled. Lu Qing twisted his waist and swung his arm, pushing out his left hand. His palm was empty as it held Gusai's elbow. Flames quickly gathered and were about to explode. Gusai hurriedly retracted his elbow to avoid the explosion. He felt as if his opponent was like a god or an immortal. Under the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, he didn't react at all. The light in his eyes turned red. His mental corruption transformed into force. Lifting his waist, he tightened his legs and did a low kick. When Lu Qing swung his leg to block, he clenched his fist and struck horizontally like a hammer. Bam! Lu Qing raised his arm to block. The fighting spirit in his heart surged. His blood flowed faster, stimulating his muscles and activating his fascia. The desire for violence filled his entire body, causing his eyes to turn slightly red. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Punch, Path of Azura. The ice mirror cracked, and the ripples almost turned into waves. Lu Qing barely managed to hold on. He was pleasantly surprised to see that his chi and blood had become more active under the influence of the fist force of Azura Path. The hidden strength in his muscles had been activated. It was similar to the state when he used the fighting formula, but not as exaggerated. This isn't bad. Lu Qing got to know his body from a different perspective. He grasped the subtle changes in his muscles, fascia, organs, and spirit under the influence of bloodlust and desire for violence. For example, the accelerated metabolism at the cellular level. There were pros and cons, but they were all worth studying. After digesting this time's harvest, the effects of his fighting formula would increase by at least 20%. Taking it easy and experiencing the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Punch was the right choice. Lu Qing's muscles swelled and his body stretched. He transformed into a giant. Taking a step forward, he shook his arm and swung it down from above. Gusai's feet sank into the ground, his fat jiggling. Bam, 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 bam. Taking advantage of the influence of the Path of Azura, he attacked continuously as if he had taken a stimulant pill. Gusai was frustrated and almost lost. Throughout the process, Gusai didn't see any sign of Lu Qing losing his rationality. What a monster! Does the 6 paths of reincarnation punch have no effect on him? Or is it because I haven't mastered it? Deep doubts rose in Gusai's heart. He had doubts about the world, about life, and about himself. He almost had the urge to throw everything away. Fortunately, he had some success with the 16 insights. He checked his thoughts and calmed his emotions. His eyes glowed with the colors of the mortal world. Bam! Gusai's fat jiggled again, turning into muscles. He spread one arm and clenched his fist, ready for a punch. 6 paths of reincarnation punch, path of man. At that moment, a violent force suddenly surged into his body. Stimulated, his spirit soared. This. Gusai glanced at the referee, Wu Sheng, from the corner of his eye. He was still expressionless, solemn, and didn't even look at him. However, his left arm was lowered at some point, facing him. An almost imperceptible flash of dark blue flashed across it. They've really communicated. Is this the critical moment? With a quick thought, Gusai ignored this matter. Using his unprecedentedly good condition, he pushed the will of the human world to its limits. After his attack was blocked by Lu Cheng's flaming fist, he channeled his force into it and rotated naturally, turning the human world into hell. Once one's emotions reached an extreme, living beings would suffer unbearable torment. Hell didn't exist anywhere, only the human heart. One thought of man, hell. This was the highest secret of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, the 6 paths of reincarnation punch that even Waku hadn't mastered yet. Both the path of man and the path of hell combined. Boom! Emperor Yen force exploded. Waves of fire rolled wildly, forcing Gusai to tilt his body and take a few steps back. Only then did he manage to avoid the brunt of the attack and block the aftershock. Lu Cheng's vision blurred, as if 10 years had passed in an instant. In these 10 years, from the initial passionate exchanges between the two countries, to the time when he and Yen Zhika had more things to do, the frequency of their meetings gradually decreased. The content of their chats went from sharing every interesting thing with each other to neglecting some topics due to their busy schedules. Every conversation seemed to have become a mission, becoming more monotonous and less interesting. After 2 or 3 scandals, suspicion grew, and the time spent together became more and more tiring. Unknowingly, this relationship came to an end. At that time, he even felt a sense of relief and relief. 10 years later, he, who already had another partner, returned to school to participate in the celebration. When he returned to the bridge at night, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. She was wearing an intellectual white shirt and an elegant knee-length skirt. She stood there, gazing at the Weishui Lake. Her face was still beautiful, but there was a hint of maturity in it. "Are you all right?" After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to greet her. "Pretty good." Yen Zhika nodded with a smile. Without stopping, she brushed past him. When she was about to leave, she turned her back to him and said with a half-smile, half-sigh, "When you confessed, you said you would wait for me forever." The feelings buried deep in his heart for many years burst forth, setting off an unimaginable storm. He wanted to turn around and salvage the situation, but when he saw the wedding ring on his finger, he forced himself to hold back. The slender and beautiful figure gradually disappeared into the distance. His heart was emptied, filled with intense regret. Every time he thought about it, he felt as if he had lost himself. When he heard that she had walked into the hall of marriage and sat by the riverside for an entire night, so many youthful things had gone down the drain. At this moment, seeing that his enemy was finally in a daze, Gusai rushed over and swung his arm, ready to throw a punch. Another 10 years passed, and another long time passed. When his hair turned white, there was no one beside him to sing, "When you're old." Regret filled him, never to disappear. Pain pierced his heart, etched deep in his heart, the scene before him swayed, and he fell into a painful regret, unable to extricate himself. All he wanted was to start all over again and never give up. "No, this is not the future I want." His emotions churned, triggering ice and fire. He wanted to throw a punch at his detestable self and detestable fate. Ice and fire balanced, triggering Nebula. This was the first time he tried it in actual combat since he could slightly manipulate the power of Jindan. He tried his best to make up for what he could and to redeem what he could. Bam! His body suddenly grew taller, his eyes filled with pain and malevolence as he threw a punch. It was faster than Gusai could imagine, and the cannon punch that won him the victory was hit before it could reach its peak. Boom! Shockwaves exploded. Gusai, who felt the ridiculous pressure, was astonished. His right arm was flung away and bounced back, hitting his chest, shattering the dark gold and almost breaking his bones. Lu Qing roared, taking a step forward and swinging his fist, hitting his enemy's hastily raised left arm. The violent force was completely unleashed. Bam! Crack! Gusai was sent flying amidst the overlapping sounds. His arm was fractured, his chest caved in, and he almost fainted from the heavy injuries. He stood there in a daze, not understanding what had just happened. The spectators fell into silence, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Cheng's 2 punches were terrifying to the extreme, as if he was a ferocious beast in human form. And the external force in Gusai's body was completely dispersed before it could withdraw. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, powerless to stand, Lu Cheng finally came to his senses. He realized that it was all an illusion that filled him with pain just thinking about it. Is this because my uncertainty and fear of being in a foreign country have been magnified? Although the experience was illusory, it made sense. He had to learn from his experience and not make the same mistake again. He couldn't regret it for the rest of his life. The referee took a deep breath, as if suppressing something. He raised his right hand and shouted hoarsely, "Lu Cheng wins." Lu Cheng shook his head, bowed, and turned to leave the arena. He cursed Peng Liyun and then Chaoyang in his heart as he felt the weakness from using the power of the Jindan. Those 2 unreliable bastards, saying that Gusai's 6 paths of reincarnation punch was just so, and that he could withstand it if he was prepared. Who are they kidding? In the cycle of life just now, he had lost his mind and almost lost. Just as he was about to step onto the stone steps, the referee behind him, Wu Sheng, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the pothole in front of him red. The referee? The referee spat blood too. The spectators stared at each other, confused. Why did he spit blood? Chapter 486. After spitting out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, Wu Sheng's expression changed instantly. It was so gloomy that it looked like water droplets could drip from it. After creating such an abnormal situation, he could already imagine the shock, guesses, and accusations of others. What was supposed to be a well-hidden and impossible to be exposed matter was now exposed to the audience. His reputation was undoubtedly going to plummet. Gusai's eyes were filled with confusion, reflecting the crimson spray from the referee. He felt that everything was so illusory, as though he was possessed by the extraterrestrial demon and had participated in such a farce. What was even more unacceptable was that he still lost. He was caught off guard and lost without any temper. At the very last moment, Lu Qing actually unleashed a power that was even more terrifying than the fighting formula. Ha! He suddenly felt like laughing. Laughing at the vanity, laughing at the desire, laughing at everything in the world, and laughing at his own greed. Not good. Is Gusai out of his mind? Seeing the changes in the fat monk's expression clearly displayed on the big screen, the audience was shocked after their initial confusion. They suspected that Gusai had been beaten silly and had broken down. Waku's brows furrowed slightly. With a few steps, he was already on the stage. Clenching his right fist, he punched the back of Gusai's head, knocking him unconscious. Half carrying and half carrying, he was sent to the emergency room. He didn't look like he had realized the falsehood of his body, mind, and world, and thus developed feelings of disgust and abandonment. Instead, he looked like he had gone to the extreme and was blinded by the extraterrestrial demon. He had to be stopped decisively, otherwise he would really go crazy. Looking at the crowd and everything that happened, the Xinjiang team leader's face gradually turned pale, as though he was seriously ill and injured. Now that things had developed to this stage, he could already see his end and imagine the punishment he would receive. It was as though a tragedy was about to unfold. You can't even win against Lu Cheng with the help of the referee, Gusai, you piece of trash, piece of trash. It doesn't matter if you're a piece of trash, but you're implicating me. What's wrong, Fatty 4? In the live thread, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Xiaoling sent an emoji. I don't watch many matches, but you can't lie to me. Since when did the referee get injured? I suspect that I'm watching a fake match. Unparalleled Dragon King gave the same reaction. Pig Riding Knight wiped off his cold sweat and said, yeah. Although the referees would occasionally suffer a certain amount of backlash in order to prevent fatal collisions between the two parties, but it wouldn't be to the extent of vomiting blood. What the F***ck is going on? As the saying goes, there must be something behind the scenes. Of course, mighty fighters of the fourth pin, of the same level would be of the mighty ones of the seniors, of mighty of the mighty of the mighty of the mighty, of mighty of to be of the mighty one, like that, of mighty of the of PTO. LLY, to be. Of, to be, as expected. To be a bee, like. Invincible Punch replied, could it be that the referee was already injured, and was affected by the shockwave and fire of Emperor Yen force, and finally couldn't suppress it anymore? How is that possible? It's not like they can't find another referee. If he's injured, they can just find another one, a plumber eating mushrooms, retorted. Within human control. How can they not know if he's injured or not? There must be some dirty-ass deal. Okamoto's fan used Beethoven's face as an emoji. At this moment, Unparalleled Dragon King, who had been silent for a while, said, I just checked the referee's information. I found out that his mutated ability is very interesting. It's called resonance. Every time his opponent collides with him, he will feel the impact. In other words, he will suffer a certain percentage of the backlash. That sounds a little weird. Since resonance can transmit impacts and damage, can it also transmit positive effects, such as an increase in strength or spirit? Pig Riding Knight threw out a guess in puzzlement. Blind student, you found the highlight. That's what I thought too. The referee used resonance to help Gusai and wanted him to get third place. Who knew that Lu Cheng would suddenly explode and injure Gusai? At that moment, his resonance had yet to be interrupted, so he suffered the corresponding backlash damage. There's no way he would vomit blood for no reason, said Unparalleled Dragon King with an emoji pointing at Conan in front of him. Yaya, so shady. Brahman scored full marks for reading comprehension. Xinjiang is too shameless. Not only is the drawing of lots shady, they even bribed the referee to help. Above the Sky was indignant at such an unfair situation. How sinister. They knew that Lu Cheng had the supernatural ability to reflect curses, so they didn't dare to attack him directly. Therefore, they found a referee who could help Gusai improve. If he really wins, they can just say that the Theravada sect has a secret technique to complete a mental outburst. No one will be able to tell anything from the video, and Lu Cheng won't suspect anything either. Clenched fist and pounding table expression, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. The atmosphere in Nanyang has always been shady. I saw the same speculation in the forums in Japan. They said that Xinjiang, Miluo, and Nanjing all had a record of cheating and bribing referees. They're so heartless and shady. I don't want to play with them in the future. Lu Cheng won 1 against 2. He even made the referee vomit blood and exposed the truth. That's so satisfying. So satisfying. Let's see how Xinjiang is going to face international public opinion. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? He even won. This is so satisfying. Sarcasm, exclamations, and indignant comments sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, making the live post extremely lively. However, because Lu Qing still won 1 versus 2, and even inflicted heavy damage on his opponent and injured the referee, the matter was exposed to the public. Therefore, no one felt sullen or angry. I finally understand what you guys are saying. I'm so angry. I'm going to complain, I'm going to protest. Yan Shaoling finally figured out what was going on. Also, my Adonis is so handsome. Lu Qing has been promoted to your Adonis? Indeed, being able to win against 2 wasn't something that just anyone could do. In the past 10 years, he's the first contestant to make the referee vomit blood. Unparalleled Dragon King sighed, then continued, I think it's useless for you to protest. Xingxiang will definitely not admit to it. Let's wait and see how they explain it. Let's see how weird it is. You can't say that Lu Qing injured the referee with a fart, right? Okamoto's fan said with his omnipotent, funny face. Amidst the various opinions, Lu Qing was also stunned by the situation behind him. He had fought in so many matches and watched so many battle videos, but he had never seen a referee vomit blood. Who would have thought that it would happen to him today? That's strange. He frowned slightly, his thoughts racing as he walked back to the spectator's stand. Impressive, winning in a 1v2. Peng Liyun gave him a fist bump. 1 against 2. Lu Qing came to a realization. The referee is secretly helping Gusai. No wonder his 6 paths of reincarnation became so powerful. I apologize. Priest and hipster are not scammers, the 6 paths of reincarnation became so powerful all of a sudden. Then the referee must have helped. And Chaoyang blurted out, feeling that he had completed the chain of evidence. Let's go besiege the referee and demand an explanation. Ren Li's eyes lit up, eager to try. Don't make a fuss about this. I'll protest to the officials and get the embassy to step in. Zhong Ningtao quickly pacified the heavenly sons of the era. If they really went on a rampage, they would be equivalent to a mobile ammunition depot. Lu Qing had already won, so he didn't feel much anger. Instead, he was secretly pleased. Who asked you to trick me? Now you're in trouble. You went for wool and came home shorn. Gusai, so what if someone helped you? I still won, didn't I? And I was fooling around most of the time. He shook his head, annoyed and amused. Then I'll leave it to you, leader. I want to see what reason Xingxiang will come up with. He was now more afraid of what he had experienced in the Wheel of Life. He couldn't wait to take back his phone from An Chaoyang and unlock the screen. Yan Zhika had already sent him a message with a dumbfounded expression. Qing, what happened in the end? Why can't I understand? You defeated Gusai in 2 punches. The referee even vomited blood. The referee might have helped Gusai in secret, so he suffered from the backlash. Lu Qing skimmed over the matter and changed the topic to what he had experienced in the instant 10 years. In the end, he said with lingering fear, thinking back, I'm still afraid of that regret, there was an indescribable pain in his heart. Yan Zhika stared blankly at him, then pursed her lips and laughed. She was laughing at the stupid Cheng's fear. Then, she chided him. Are you stupid? How can we end up without a cause? If it really comes to that, we still have to go through the divorce procedures. As long as we meet, we'll definitely be reluctant to part with each other, but we'll reconcile. Lu Qing was stunned. He blushed and replied, Yeah, I forgot about that, we've gotten our marriage certificate, idiot. Scolded Yan Zhika. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. But it's good to have such an experience. You have to summarize it seriously and write down your thoughts. Clearly mark out the things you need to avoid and your mentality. Okay. Nodding vigorously expression, you really need to write a summary and send it to me. I'll supervise you according to the rules. Wiping hair expression, Yenjika replied. Yeah, I'll also look at this summary often to remind myself what to avoid and never forget my original intention. Due to the uproar and pressure from the Chinese embassy, 10 minutes before the start of the finals, the organizing committee reported the abnormality in the third and fourth place match. The referee of Miluo, Wu Sheng, has an old injury. He was affected by the explosion created by Lu Cheng and was injured by his fist wind. He vomited blood. This is not cheating. Sitting in the lounge, Wu Sheng heard the explanation from the broadcast. He clenched his right hand tightly and crushed a metal ball. He would rather be punished by the organizing committee than receive such a description. As an experienced mighty one, he was injured by the fist wind of a junior. Where would he put his face? What is the fist wind? It's the wind brought by the fist. If I can be injured like this, how can I face others in the future? Receiving money is at most a problem with my character, but this is a matter of my pride as a boxer. The fist wind, the fist wind. In the live broadcast post and various forums, people were pounding the ground and laughing at this explanation. It's just like giving away 300 taels of silver. Strong Lu Cheng, the fist wind hurts the inhuman, and the look in his eyes kills the dance stage. Someone commented. Chapter 487. Fist wind, fist wind. Fist wind. Hearing the announcement, Lu Cheng almost punched the wall and laughed out loud. He praised the committee for being so blind and thick-skinned. When I go out in the future, I can add a sentence, hurt by a scratch, die by a touch, can hit an inhuman from a distance. How cool, how strong, how tough. After sharing the news with Yenjika, he looked at Peng Liyun who had just stopped laughing. Priest, it's about time to go out. Only a few minutes left. Less than 4 minutes to the start of the finals. Peng Liyun, who had already changed into his martial arts suit, stood up slowly and walked towards the door of the changing room. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Lu Cheng, who was following behind him. He asked in confusion, "What did you call me just now?" Priest. Lu Cheng answered honestly and explained with a smile, "Look, you're a disciple of Shangqing sect and you're studying the mysteries of nature. You're always in a state of cultivation. If you're not a priest, what are you?" Not bad. Peng Liyun didn't have much resistance to the new nickname. He opened the door and walked out. And Chaoyang caught up with him and walked beside him. He glanced at him and said, "Don't tell me you've been thinking of nicknames for us when you have nothing to do these few days." No, no such thing. Lu Cheng laughed dryly and shook his head. Do I look like such a boring person? It's just that when I'm chatting with Talker, that guy always brings me in this direction. And Chaoyang didn't believe him and asked, "Tell me, what's the nickname you gave me? I can accept it if it's not too weird." Hipster, artistic youth. Lu Cheng answered without hesitation. And Chaoyang heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. It suits me. Looks like Lu Cheng really thinks that I'm more reliable from the bottom of his heart. The corner of Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to explain that the hipster in his context was someone who lived in his own world and liked to be sentimental. Once he entered the real world, he would always be out of tune and make people feel uneasy. Oh yeah, what nickname did you give Renli? And Chaoyang asked curiously as he looked at Renli who was being watched closely by the team leader. Lu Cheng laughed and denied without hesitation, "No, I really don't." Really? And Chaoyang asked. Yes. Lu Cheng answered seriously. Seeing this, and Chaoyang did not ask further and threw the matter to the back of his mind. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat. He almost never gave girls nicknames because he felt that it was disrespectful. However, if Renli found out about his casual discussion with Little Ming, she would probably chase him down several streets. That day, That night, that conversation went like this, what kind of person is Renly normally? Kai Zhongming had always been curious about beautiful girls, but he only looked at them from afar and never got close. Late stage of having a bad sense of direction, moderate face blindness, very confident in everything and dares to do it. He likes to argue with people on the internet and has a tendency to do so in real life as well. He's very happy to cause trouble. Lu Qing described truthfully. Small stature, big eyes, and likes to cause trouble. Isn't this a chihuahua? Xiao Ming's imagination was quite rich. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment and almost burst out laughing. He immediately took a screenshot and said, "Tell me, if I show this to Renly, how many days do you think you can live?" "You make it sound like I was the one who said all those things." Kai Zhongming replied disdainfully. "Come on, let's hurt each other. You and I are different. I have the ability to protect myself, but you don't." Renly even knows how to curse. "First bow, second bow, third bow, family member returns the bow," said Lu Qing, shaking body smile. "I'm on my knees." Kai Zhongming immediately sent a kneeling emoji and started to beg for mercy shamelessly. After thinking about it, Lu Qing decided to pretend that this never happened. He tilted his head and smiled politely at Renly. He sat on the spectator's stand and watched Peng Liyun walk up the stone stairs. 2 minutes later, both parties stood at about 13 to 14 meters apart. The referee started to look at the clock, waiting for the hour. "How do you think Taoist will start the match?" And Chaoyang asked Lu Qing with interest. "You're pretty good at learning nicknames." Lu Qing thought. "Kaori Karasawa has the Xidagarba takedown. If you use the flash attack, you'll be at a disadvantage. If it were me, I'd purposely slow down and wait for the opponent to make the first move. Since there's still a distance of about 10 meters, there's enough time to react accordingly." Renly happily joined in the discussion. While they were conversing, the referee raised his right hand and swung it down abruptly. He shouted, "Begin." The last match of the competition officially began. The winner ascended to the throne, and the loser was no different from the rest. Just as the referee finished speaking, Kaori Karasawa leaned her body slightly, took a step forward with her left foot, and appeared in a position where she could attack Peng Liyun in an instant. The distance of 10 meters seemed like an illusion to the audience. Xinzhai sect, shrinking ground. Bam! The airflow formed a barrier and was knocked away. Kaori Karasawa's right fist, which was placed on the left side of her waist, was about to pull out for a reverse chop. Shrinking ground, pulling out the sword. The two were connected smoothly as if it was only one movement. It was unusually tight and perfect. Compared to the battle with Lu Qing, Kaori Karasawa had given it her all. However, before she could swing her right arm, a palm flashing with silver-white lightning appeared on the back of her fist. The palm pressed down and pressed the glowing, long saber back into the scabbard. Similar to the judgment of the 3 members of the unreliable heavenly band, Peng Liyun slowed down for half a beat before making his move. Leaping half a step towards Kaori Karasawa, he closed in and pressed his right palm at lightning speed, breaking her pulling out. Amidst the crackling lightning, he twisted his waist and smashed his left elbow towards his opponent, forcing Kaori Karasawa to pull the right side of her body away from the front to the side. As she dodged, she flicked her scabbard and swung her left fist upwards, creating a streak of white light. Within the confines of the arena, the two of them exchanged blows and collided repeatedly. They used all of their skills in close-quarters combat, grappling, and joint techniques to the fullest. At times, there would be loud bangs, and at other times, there would be silent entanglements. It was a thrilling sight. It was a feast for the eyes of Lu Qing and the rest. They took the opportunity to examine themselves and look for problems. Priest's initial response was just as we expected. That means he wasn't careless, it wasn't easy. Apart from the battle with Renly, he was finally not reckless. In the midst of the battle, Peng Liyun, who had been monitoring the slightest movements with a portion of his attention, suddenly heard an undetectable crack. It was heavy and powerful, making one's heart tremble. "Good timing," Peng Liyun exclaimed. Just as Kori Karasawa was about to pull back her arms, he clapped his palms together, causing a clap of thunder on the ground. Boom! The thunder was deafening and shook one's mind. Kori Karasawa's head buzzed. The force of the flying dragon takedown that she had been accumulating was almost dispersed, causing her hand movements to slow down. It was this delay that allowed Peng Liyun to separate his palms and pull out a thin, flashing thunder sword. At this point, even if the flying dragon takedown could be released, it wouldn't make it in time. No matter how fast it was, could it be faster than lightning? Lightning flashed and struck Kori Karasawa, leaving behind a charred mark. Her muscles trembled from the impact, and the momentum she had accumulated dissipated. Crack! Peng Liyun stepped on the ground and rushed over. Visualizing a green jade talisman, he struck out with the Thunder Seal fist. Kori Karasawa wasn't severely paralyzed and woke up in time. Her body glowed with a white glow, her clothes suddenly puffed up. Her right arm struck out horizontally, narrowly hitting her opponent's fist. Bzzzt. Her hair was a little fluffy and her arm was surrounded by lightning, giving off a burnt smell and faint smoke. But it was enough to make Peng Liyun's body wobble. His right hand hurt and he instinctively swung it. Thump, thump, thump. Kori Karasawa took the initiative to back away and create some distance between them. She was trying to buy time to dispel the paralysis with the chi she had cultivated. When Peng Liyun pounced on her again, she arched her body slightly, producing a soft crack. This time, it was faster and more urgent than the previous time. Her opponent didn't even have time to unleash the thunder from a clear sky. Shinjai's sect, flying bird takedown. Bam! Amidst the explosive sound, Kori Karasawa pulled back her left arm, leaving behind afterimages as she struck at her opponent. At this critical moment, she couldn't care less that the battle had only been going on for 2 to 3 minutes. Peng Liyun lowered his waist. When his footsteps came to a halt, his body jerked backward, changing the direction of his fist as though he was trying to pry open a boulder. It bounced upwards and accurately broke through Kori Karasawa's blade gleam. It hit her arm and blocked her opponent's counterattack. But Kori Karasawa's right hand was already in the shape of a blade. She slashed out continuously at the same speed and with the same ferocity. She looked like she wanted to end the battle in an instant. At this moment, the sound of a vortex spinning madly came from Peng Liyun's body. It was stacked on top of one another, brimming with an obvious sense of accumulating strength. A strong repulsive force was suddenly produced between him and Kori Karasawa. It obstructed his opponent's attack and slowed her speed. Bam! Peng Liyun threw out a punch, hitting the side of the blade. He used the repulsive force and the rebound to leap back, widening the distance between them. This prevented Kori Karasawa's triple aerial attack from completing and had to be stopped prematurely. No matter how fast the blade was, it was useless if it couldn't hit the opponent. However, Kori Karasawa managed to stabilize the situation and was no longer in a precarious situation like before. As the fierce battle resumed, she became more cautious. She knew that Peng Liyun had most likely learned the secret of the flying dragon takedown from Lu Cheng. Hence, she didn't dare to use this sure-kill move recklessly. She didn't want to expose her weakness and be caught by her opponent, putting her in a passive position like before. Without the deterrence of the flying dragon takedown and lacking a weapon, Kori Karasawa was gradually at a disadvantage in terms of punches and kicks. She was accumulating more and more numbness and had to divert quite a bit of her chi to neutralize it. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had the aerial attack to force Peng Liyun back and that her opponent had to spend some effort on defending against the flying dragon takedown, she would have already swallowed the bitter pill of defeat. After a few minutes, Kori Karasawa knew that this couldn't go on. With a thought, she came up with a plan. At this moment, Peng Liyun heard the faint but deep cracking sound again. Without hesitation, he clapped his palms together again and created the thunder from a clear sky. Amidst the rumbling sound, Kaori Karasawa's eyes didn't waver, as though she had been prepared for it. She took a step forward and dodged to the side in an attempt to let the cloudless thunder blade strike empty air. She had prepared for the flying dragon takedown to trick Peng Liyun into making the first move. Then, she would seize the fleeting opportunity to execute the sure kill move and destroy the enemy. The cracking sound came again. Kaori Karasawa's expression changed because Peng Liyun's palms were still tightly clasped together. In order to maintain this state, sweat beaded on his forehead. It was very strenuous for him. The cloudless thunder blade could be activated with delay. After knowing that Kaori Karasawa wouldn't use the flying dragon takedown again, how could Peng Liyun not be on guard? Bam! A flash of silver struck Kaori Karasawa again, paralyzing her entire body and causing her to tremble. She no longer had the energy to execute the flying dragon takedown or the flying bird takedown. Taking a step forward, Peng Liyun struck out with the machine punch. As his chi and blood retracted and his tendons tightened, he attacked wildly, almost creating a series of afterimages. Still numb, Kaori Karasawa blocked a few blows before she couldn't keep up with the movements. She could only watch as her opponent's fist stopped in front of her. She heard the referee announce the result: Peng Liyun wins. Phew. Peng Liyun exhaled, but felt a little regretful. Sigh, I didn't get to experience the flying dragon takedown for myself. But then again, if it wasn't for Lu Cheng's warning, this battle would have been very difficult for him. There was even a high chance that he would have lost. Chapter 488. Peng Liyun wins. With the referee's announcement, the multi-day King of Youth tournament finally came to an end. Only the reverberating cheers made the ending of the story even more moving. Kaori Karasawa channeled her chi throughout her body. Her body glowed, and her muscles trembled slightly. She slowly walked down the arena, her slender figure looking slightly lonely. In this match, she was completely passive. Although the battle was intense for a long time, she didn't pose much of a threat to Peng Liyun. Her flying dragon takedown, which she relied on the most, had become her weakness. It was exploited and targeted by her opponent, which was one of the main reasons for her loss. Thinking about that, Kaori Karasawa recalled the battle between Peng Liyun and Renli. They didn't use their sure kill move in the first half of the match. It wasn't because they didn't have the ability, but because they didn't dare to. Once their build-up was interrupted, or the sure kill move failed to hit the enemy, it would expose their flaws and give their opponent a good chance. Am I relying too much on flying dragon takedown? Kaori Karasawa looked at the silent Japanese delegation, a thought suddenly forming in her mind. Ever since she mastered flying dragon takedown, no matter what kind of opponent she faced, she could make them fear and avoid her. She never thought that she would one day lose to this ultimate move. No matter how strong it is, I should only use it at the most appropriate time. The most appropriate time. Kaori Karasawa pondered. She began to reflect on her past experiences and lessons learned. Peng-kun, I will do my best to catch up to you. I look forward to our next battle soon. When that time comes, I will bring my Fugu Maru. After a round of congratulations and awards ceremony, Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun, and the rest returned to the hotel. In the lobby, the leader, Zhong Ningtao, clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations on completing the mission. Congratulations to all of you for exceeding the quota. As for the reward, it will be handled by us and will be transferred to your account within 5 working days. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow's flight is at 5 p.m. Would you like to take a stroll around Fulua or go directly to the airport's duty-free shop?" "I'm fine with either," and Chaoyang answered casually. Peng Liyun also had the same attitude. Renli, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Lu Chen glanced at his phone and suggested, "Let's shop in Fulua. There are some things you can't buy in the duty-free shop." Fortunately, with Coach Yan's reminder, she finally remembered that she was going abroad. How could she not bring some gifts for her parents and grandpa? After an intense discussion, the list had been made. She even flipped through the strategy guide to decide where to buy the gifts. Of course, his wife also needed a gift. Alright, let's go to Fulua then. We should have some time to go to the duty-free shop when we arrive at the airport. Zhong Ningtao made a quick decision. Without mentioning the matter of shopping, the few of them successfully caught the plane and arrived at Huahai at night. As they waved goodbye to each other, Lu Qing noticed that Renli was using WeChat to contact the person who was going to pick her up. Daoist, hipster, you guys should have given me nicknames, right? What is it? Generally speaking, all nicknames were equal. There was no reason that only he could give others a name. Hearing this question, Peng Liyun, and Chaoyang and Renli looked at each other and shook their heads. No. Really? Lu Qing asked again in doubt. Really? The three of them nodded vigorously. Alright, you guys are really good kids. Lu Qing looked at the time and said goodbye to his friends who didn't rely on the Heavenly Score group. Then he left the airport and headed to a 5-star hotel opened by the Ice Gods sect in Huahai. After the second day of training, he took the high-speed rail to Mosheng to visit his master and receive some advice. In the afternoon, he left Shangao Airport and flew back to Xing Province. After a long journey, he finally stood at the door of his house. It was already 7:00 in the evening. Hey, where are my mom and dad? After opening the door and entering the house, he only saw his cousin Qi Yunfei. She had remedial classes during the summer and would live here before school started. In other words, he would have to sleep on the sofa for a few more days. Chen Xiaoxiao had officially started her 3rd year of junior high school and did not follow her sister to fool around. Qi Yunfei rested her elbows on the armrest of the sofa and looked at her cousin with a smile. I said that someone in the community is in trouble, so I'm going to help. You can eat first. The food is not cold yet. Also, I brought you fried dumplings. It's a big bag. Hey, do you still remember your brother? Lu Qing put down his backpack and sat at the table. He opened the bag and immediately smelled the rich aroma of saliva. Different from other places, there were only 2 ways to eat dumplings in Shoshan. One was steaming and the other was frying. The former could highlight the flavor of the flour and was quite chewy. The latter was to soak the dumplings in oil and fry them until they were golden. Different from fried dumplings, people could not stop eating. Qi Yunfei left the sofa and sat on the opposite side of the table. She rested her chin on one hand and stared blankly at Lu Qing eating the fried dumplings one by one. In less than 5 minutes, 40 dumplings were gone. Moreover, he had not had enough. He got up and took out the soup bowl, filled it to the tip and swept away the delicious dishes. Brother Lu Qing, you can eat. Qi Yunfei opened her mouth and said blankly. Compared to the last time she saw him, he could eat a lot more. Lu Qing put down the bowl and chopsticks, clenched his right hand into a fist and waved it. Otherwise, where do you think I got the strength to hit people? Speaking of this, Qi Yunfei's eyes immediately became bright. She said regretfully, Brother Lu Qing, you are not like before. In the summer, you would be shirtless. Isn't that nonsense? I have the supernatural ability of frost. Why would I be afraid of heat? Lu Qing laughed and scolded, and I am old, I have to be polite. You seem to be very disappointed. Yes, yes. Qi Yunfei nodded without hiding. I wanted to take a few photos while you were shirtless. At that time, the girls in our class would kneel down and call me sister. She had a silly smile on her face as she fell into her fantasies. Her cousin's current figure really made girls drool. And there were so many people in the whole grade who liked and worshipped him. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. He thought for a while and said with a smile, Feifei, how was the final exam? Qi Yunfei returned to the human world and said hesitantly, more than 20 in the class, about 30. Which subjects did you not do well in? I remember you are very afraid of mathematics and physics. Lu Qing kept smiling and continued to ask. Mathematics, I didn't pass mathematics. Oh, brother Lu Qing, why are you asking this? Qi Yunfei was uncomfortable. As a student with bad grades, she hated this kind of topic the most. I care about you. I am your brother. Lu Qing answered seriously, how many marks did you get in mathematics? Physics? Chemistry? Have you finished your summer homework? Qi Yunfei laughed and suddenly stood up. She rushed to the bedroom and answered in a charming voice, Brother Lu Qing, I remember something to do. Let's talk later. Clang. She closed the door and stomped her foot angrily. Brother Lu Qing, can't we have a good chat? Lu Qing leisurely picked up his chopsticks and continued to devour the food. Little guy, you want to take photos of me? Don't you know what a topic terminator is? When he was full, he took a photo of the sofa and sent it to Yanzhika, crying that he had to be the director for a few more days. Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang finally came back. Mom, whose family is in trouble? Lu Qing asked casually. Ding Lauer's family. His son had a car accident. His family is in a mess. Qi Fang sighed, he is in his early 30s. How could he die so quickly? Really, alas. Lu Jisheng sighed and then sighed, unexpected things happen. Cheng, be careful when you walk next time. Don't always look down and play with your phone. Car accident? Even if it was a 10-wheeled truck, I might not be hurt. Lu Qing secretly complained, but in his mind, the appearance of the Ding family's son appeared. He was 10 years older than Wang Su and loved to read novels. When he was in junior high school, he would read some books from him from time to time. He was not married and had just recently gone on a blind date. Who knew that he would die just like that? Life is so fragile, I have to enjoy the present. For outsiders, such emotions quickly disappeared. Lu Qing changed the topic and talked with his parents about his first experience abroad. He also gave them gifts, including one for Qi Yunfei. He went to bed on time and woke up on time. After a round of training, he felt that his transformation would be complete in 2 days. After breakfast, Lu Qing took a taxi to Yingjin building in Pingle district. He arranged to meet with Wu Qinggue to confirm the bonus according to the contract clause. There would be corresponding rewards for winning the national competition and the King of Youth League, as well as entering the Inhuman stage. This time, Wu Qinggue went directly to the entrance of the building. He smiled like a flower and asked, You don't seem to like shopping? When I'm with my wife, I will shop. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, answering, Not really. I shop online a lot these days. No wonder you haven't seen our newly opened direct sale stores. The martial arts shoes we specially designed for you are selling very well and have helped us to open up the market in the province. You don't know how popular you are in the province, no, not only the province. Especially the young people, all of them want Lu Cheng's shoes. Even the promotional posters you took were snatched by people. Is it that bad? Lu Qing blurted out. Wu Qinggue laughed and said, It's more bad than you think. It's mainly because you don't have any business activities. Everyone's passion is accumulated on this. While talking, they entered Wu Qinggue's office. When the door was closed, the thin and capable middle-aged man took out a check and pushed it to Lu Qing. This was the first time Lu Qing saw a check. He glanced at it and counted the zeros. 1 million. This was much more than the bonus according to the contract clause. You deserve it. Wu Qinggue smiled brightly, as if he didn't want to abide by the contract. Chapter 489. Seeing that Lu Qing was still hesitating, Wu Qinggue quickly added, The profits you've brought to our company are completely worth this bonus. If you're worried and afraid of any disputes, we can sign a supplementary agreement. To be honest, with your current strength, identity, and status, if I really dared to cheat you, wouldn't that be suicide? Do you think I'm tired of living? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. When I signed the contract with you at the beginning of the year, I was already very optimistic about your development. Who would have thought that in just half a year, you would reach the inhuman stage and even win the University Martial Arts Tournament Championship? The number of fans on Weibo and the number of followers on the forum has been increasing rapidly. Even a man in his early 40s like him found it unrealistic and dreamy. That contract back then was simply too worth it. You flatter me. Lu Qing smiled modestly. Ever since he participated in the University Martial Arts Tournament finals, the number of fans on Weibo had been increasing rapidly, especially after he won the championship. When the popularity of the King of Youth League of Four Nations started to rise again, it started to steadily increase. He checked last night and found that there were about 300,000 followers. Excluding those who came to watch the show in the early stages and those who came because of his senior sister, Mo Jingting, and the others, the total number was definitely not small. After all, he had never bought any fans, so it was all real. And the number of followers on the forum had also increased by more than 40,000, gradually growing from a deserted forum to a lively one. Compared to the situation in February and March last year when only Yan Shaoling and Brahman were supporting the forum, it was really a pity. At that time, even he didn't expect the situation today, especially after only 18 or 19 months. However, the number of fans didn't matter to him at his current level. Strength itself represented a lot. Dragon King and Warrior Sage might not even post a status or interact with their fans once in a few months, but their status and hidden power in Jianghu wouldn't decrease at all. While thinking, Lu Qing asked Wu Qinggui to draft a simple supplementary agreement out of caution. After taking a picture and showing it to his senior sister, Shi Yuejian, he signed it without hesitation and put away the check. As for how to use the check, he wasn't a country bumpkin to ask. I don't understand, but that doesn't mean that I don't know how to search. It doesn't mean that my wife doesn't know. Throughout the whole process, both of them tacitly did not mention the extension of the contract. After all, there was still 1 year and 4 months to go. It was unknown how far Lu Qing could go and how much he was worth. Wu Qinggui now had a headache no matter how much he offered. Moreover, he would be suspected of binding Lu Qing. It was better to build a good relationship with him and talk about it when the contract expired. At that time, under the condition that the conditions were not too different, Lu Qing would definitely do better to be familiar with him. Combining what he had seen and heard, he could make a preliminary judgment that the other party was a person who valued friendship. After signing the agreement and taking the promotional photos, it was almost noon. Wu Qinggui looked at his watch and smiled warmly. Let's have lunch together. I'll call Chairman Wei and that girl Wu Ting. She keeps saying that she wants to see Sir Lu. Sure. Lu Qing agreed readily. He didn't like to socialize, but they were in a cooperative relationship, and they had a friendship outside of work, so it wouldn't be awkward or boring to have a meal together. More importantly, his mom had gone to the Ding family to help out and didn't have time to make lunch for him. It didn't matter where he ate. Just as they were taking the elevator to the underground parking lot, Lu Cheng's phone suddenly rang. It was from Director Xing Qinggu. Hello, Lu. Are you back in Shushan? Xing Qinggu laughed heartily. If you're free, come over for a meal one of these days. I haven't congratulated you on getting 3rd place in the King of Youth League. Huh, sure. Actually, even if Uncle Xing didn't ask, I would have come over anyway. Lu Qing answered without hesitation. Uncle Xing. Wu Qinggui read these 3 words and suddenly remembered why the voice on the phone sounded so familiar. He lowered his voice and said, Director Xing. Lu Qing nodded as he spoke. Why don't we invite him over? He and Chairman Wei are old friends. Wu Qinggui's smile widened as he suggested this. The deputy director of the police station was someone he was very willing to befriend. If there was any trouble, this person could solve a lot of problems. Let me ask. Lu Cheng answered in a low voice and turned to Xing Qinggu to mention the matter. Sure. I was just worried about the food in the agency cafeteria. Ha, old Wei and I often talk about you. Xing Chenggu laughed heartily. How could he not know that Wei Renjie and Lu Cheng had some sort of relationship? After 20 minutes, they met at Les Hui Villa. When Xing Chenggu saw Lu Cheng, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Lu, I've known you for less than 2 years, right? I'm no match for you now. Sigh, I've spent most of my time doing paperwork. Ha, I've also been greeting people. I don't get more than 3 opportunities a year for actual combat. When I want to spar with my subordinates, they're all so reserved. Boring, boring. Xing Chenggu sighed and reminisced. My hands and feet are rusty. Only the gold jade body is still acceptable. There's no hope for me to improve further. To use an illusion, it's the resurrection of a dead body. Lu Cheng silently helped Director Xing to summarize. He laughed and asked, I heard that Sister Jingjing is going to Huahai in the middle of the month. This was what he had heard from Ku. That's right. And Chaoyang has graduated. I'm afraid that Huahai will be going downhill for a period of time. That girl, Jingjing, in the words of the TV series, is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She has been training hard in martial arts, wanting to help support the martial arts club. For this matter, she even specially rushed to Huahai early, wanting to find connections to help improve her ability. Hearing Lu Cheng call her Sister Jingjing so familiarly, Xing Chenggu comforted him. But seeing how much you've improved, her efforts are probably in vain. After chatting for a while, Wu Qinggue took his daughter, Wu Ting, over. With her lively personality, she quickly became the center of attention at the dinner table. She kept calling him Sir Lu. It was not until this time that Lu Cheng found out that she and his cousin Qi Yunfei were classmates. They were just nodding acquaintances. When they found out that they knew each other, they quickly became best friends. The effect of a troublemaker plus a troublemaker was self-evident. Wu Ting even confessed that she had encouraged Qi Yunfei to ask him to help teach them swimming. She wanted to see the abs of a master. Unfortunately, she was heartlessly rejected by him at the beginning of July. There was not much business at the dinner. It just deepened the friendship between the parties. In the next 2 days, Lu Cheng visited his grandparents, went to Ningxue to visit his grandparents and little aunt, and visited his father-in-law who was alone at home. He gave him the game he mentioned before. The busy days passed quickly. At noon on August 31st, Lu Cheng packed his luggage and stepped on the high-speed train back to Songcheng. Although he had only left school for 2 months, he felt like he had experienced a whole year. That was the joys and sorrows of leaving and reuniting. Songcheng University, Weishui Lake, the martial arts club, and the brightly colored teaching building that he hadn't seen in a long time came into Lu Cheng's sight through the car window in the evening glow. However, that delicate and beautiful figure was nowhere to be seen. Quietly watching these passing by, Lu Cheng got off the school bus and walked alone on the pedestrian street. He walked through the familiar road that he knew what shops were in front of him with his eyes closed. But his state of mind was completely different from before. Dormitory 302, Unit 2, Block 7. He turned on the light in the living room and lit up the dim room. After putting his backpack in the small dormitory where the study maniacs were no longer, Lu Cheng knocked on the door next door. Who is it? Kai Zhongming's magnetic voice came out. Lu Cheng did not answer. He turned the doorknob and opened the door. He saw Kai Zhongming multitasking. The computer was playing an entertainment program, and the mobile phone in his palm was at the critical moment of the game. But his mouth was close to the Coke on the right side of the desk, biting the straw. Hey, is it cool? Lu Cheng laughed and suggested, let's go and eat. Pfft. Kai Zhongming spat out a mouthful of Coke, spraying it all over the computer screen. He forgot about the game, looked up, and blurted out in surprise, "You're asking me to eat with you? Where's your girlfriend?" Ever since he started dating Yan Zhika, Cheng had almost never asked him to go to the canteen. Did the sun rise from the west today? Did someone's personality change after going to Xinjiang? 'Cause joint training program was brought forward by a year. She's already gone to America. Lu Qing answered frankly. Since Talker didn't ask, he didn't say anything. Kai Zongming was stunned at first, then understood. He put down his phone and patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. Half joking and half sincere, he said, "You finally understand my pain. How about it? Do you want to ask me for advice again? Speaking of long-distance relationships, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm talking about everyone here." Yes, you know. Lu Qing laughed and took out his phone without hesitation. He showed little Ming the information of his flight reservation. F*CK. Kai Zongming exclaimed, then made a disdainful gesture. "I look down on you. So what if you're rich? So what if you don't have to go to class? So what if you're good at martial arts? I'm sorry. So what if you're good at martial arts? So what if you're rich?" Lu Qing tried to hold back his laughter. "Damn it. Let's not talk about this sad topic. I don't have anything else to teach you. You've already understood the essence." Kai Zongming sighed deeply. When he realized that his character in the game had been killed, he felt even sadder. "Oh right. You didn't rest during the summer, right? You didn't waste your martial arts, right?" Lu Qing changed the topic. Kai Zongming flexed his arms, flexed his muscles, and smiled proudly. "I feel like I'm close to the top of 9th pin. But I still can't find the feeling of withdraw you mentioned. You don't have to rush. More haste, less speed." Lu Qing reminded him. "Okay." Kai Zongming nodded. Then, half thinking and half worried, he said, "I wonder how many strong newcomers will come to the martial arts club this time, eh? You don't look like someone who cares about this kind of thing." Lu Qing said, slightly surprised. Kai Zongming glanced at him and answered firmly, "Yes. I bet you've forgotten that I'm the president of the martial arts club." Lu Cheng's face suddenly turned red. He laughed dryly and said, "In my heart, you're the Casanova and talker. There's nothing else, speak human." Little Ming interrupted him rudely. "I really forgot." Lu Qing covered his face. Chapter 490. In a cafeteria of Songqing University, Lu Qing and Kai Zongming had plates of dishes placed in front of them. "What did you say? Coach Shi has left too?" Little Ming blurted out in surprise when he heard the news. Why did it feel like all the monkeys had left after winning the national championship? "Bah, who's the monkey?" Senior brother Sun Jian and senior sister Lin Hua had left the martial arts club. The grim smiler Lin Ke had returned to Shushan study to recuperate. It was said that he wouldn't be back. Now, even Coach Shi had left Songqing University. If it weren't for Cheng, the other members of the martial arts club would have suspected that they had entered the wrong door after their summer vacation. Yeah. Lu Qing ate a mouthful of rice and swallowed it along with the shredded pork in his mouth. He smiled and said, "Isn't this normal? Isn't it enough for a mighty one with physical invulnerability to play with us for 2 years? Don't worry, the school will find a teacher with martial arts to do part-time work, but he will mainly be the leader. Most of the time, I'll still be the one guiding you guys. I'm a new inhuman and a heavenly son of the age. It's enough to guide you guys." "Damn, Cheng, you're so proud of yourself." Kai Zongming criticized him angrily. The worry in his heart dissipated. "But don't you have to fly to and from America every month to be a flying man?" In order to maintain their relationship, Cheng had to work very hard. "Half a month to guide you guys and half a month to practice on my own. You see, my master doesn't usually guide you and only occasionally corrects you guys. Since everyone is already at the entry level and has already learned what you need to learn, there's not much more to teach. At most, I'll take some time out to share my actual combat experience with you guys. As for the freshman, Senior Li Mao's basic skills are very solid. Daily supervision shouldn't be a problem. At this point, he added, by the way, I won't be participating in most of the matches. I'll be doing some self-cultivation. With the current strength of the members of the martial arts club, as long as we don't meet a team with a dance stage member, we'll be able to win. That's true. I've met everyone these 2 days and even sparred with senior brother Li Mao. He's a little stronger than me and should be at the top of the professional 9th pin, but he hasn't reached the dance stage yet. Bao Zi herself said that she's close to the professional 9th pin, but she's the kind of person who's proud and modest in front of others. I reckon that she's already at the amateur 9th pin. Wang Dali is about the same as her. Jin Lu and Mu Jinyan are a little weaker, but they're still considered strong amateur first pin fighters. Let's see what kind of new students come this time and whether anyone can comprehend, withdraw, and step into the dance stage in the next year. Kai Zongming said as he recalled. Lu Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect little Ming to have such a serious and attentive side. He was very suitable to be the president of the martial arts club. Apart from senior brother Li Mao, if anyone can reach the dance stage in the next year, then our martial arts club will have a successor and won't decline all of a sudden. Lu Qing sighed with emotion. He glanced at Kai Zongming and chuckled. Don't drag everyone down. Damn, I thought you'd say you want me to be the next dance stage fighter in the martial arts club. Kai Zongming scolded, annoyed and amused at the same time. If I can't reach the dance stage in my junior year, then why should I pursue my martial arts dream? I'll just go home and inherit my dad's company. Professional 9th pin fighters could only participate in the preliminaries and belong to the bottom of the martial arts circle. It wasn't as comfortable as being a rich second generation. As for the amateur ranks, they hadn't even entered the real martial arts circle yet. Really? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Really? Little Ming was at a loss for words. He gulped down a mouthful of ice water and sighed. I can give it a try in my senior year. If I can't reach the dance stage before the age of 25, then it'll be really boring. Why are you getting further and further away from the topic? Lu Qing teased. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I'm just assuming the worst-case scenario. Kai Zongming snorted. Although I'm not as abnormal as you, I'm still one of the top 3 people in the martial arts club for many years. Me, Lin K, Ku, all of us improve faster than you. Lu Qing exposed talkers bullsh***t, don't you understand human language? I mean excluding abnormal people like you, I'm one of the top 3. You're alone. Kai Zongming was so angry that he laughed. While talking and laughing, they finished dinner and headed to the martial arts club. Half of it was for digestion, and half of it was a return, in a sense. Songqing University's martial arts gym was brightly lit. Many students came to work out and train. Lu Qing looked around and felt very gratified. After 2 years, the atmosphere here was getting better and better. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Qiu Zhigao, old Qiu, was wiping his sweat as he entered the strength training gym. Old Qiu came here a few days early. He practiced in the morning, at night, and during the day, he studied by himself. I'm embarrassed to be lazy. Kai Zongming followed Lu Cheng's gaze. If he was like this in his first year, with his strong body, who would believe that he's not at least an amateur of 3rd pin? Embarrassed to be lazy? Then who was the one who was multitasking? Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. He sighed and said, Old Qiu didn't make the wrong choice. At least his grades are much better than ours. If he can improve his martial arts this year, it will be relatively easy for him to find a job in his 4th year, and the salary will be good too. His family is not very rich, so he can only make the most practical choice. Not everyone can talk about dreams, are you mocking me? Kai Zongming said self-deprecatingly. Then he changed the topic to other roommates. Model worker is very similar to you. Besides accompanying his girlfriend, all he does is study programming. I heard from Chang that he's pretty good. How about Chang himself? Lu Qing asked with interest. His grades have always been in the top few in our specialization. The counselor hinted to him that if he kept this up for another year, he would probably be admitted to the postgraduate school. Beast failed 2 subjects and passed the retest after paying the tuition fee. But he didn't care. His family is not short of money. Old Mao and his girlfriend both plan to take the postgraduate school entrance exam. Godman failed a few more subjects and was scolded by the counselor. He said that if he continued like this, he would be expelled. Kai Zongming said one by one. Godman was Tang Wen, a serious game enthusiast who could really forget the time of the exam. Lu Qing sighed when he heard this. He was busy with dating and practicing martial arts. He went to bed early and woke up early, so he didn't have much interaction with his roommates. Now that he heard Little Ming's words, he realized that the past 2 years had left traces on everyone. He was about to say something when he suddenly saw a boy walking towards him. The boy was about 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face and a strong body. His chi and blood were so vigorous that it almost materialized. At least strong 9. Lu Qing whispered. This should be the new first-year student. In other years, except for the martial arts club, there was no such awesome existence. And how could he not know the members of the martial arts club? The boy ran towards him with small steps and shouted with a bright smile, Senior Lu, hello, I'm Deng Yang, a disciple of Shizhou Island. I entered Songqing University this year and just turned 18. At this point, he paused for a moment and added excitedly, You're my idol. This guy is really friendly. Lu Qing couldn't help but criticize him in his heart. 18 years old, professional 9th pin, vigorous chi and blood, and a direct disciple of a big sect. This is not much different from Fang Zhirong and the others. Lu Qing smiled and said, We were just talking about whether there would be any geniuses coming to Songqing University Martial Arts Club this year. Now I'm relieved. We'll recruit after the military training, but you can come with us tomorrow for special training. We'll help you apply for no military training. Okay. Deng Yang replied excitedly and then said firmly, Senior Lu, there are no geniuses in front of you. Not bad, he's good with words. He's a good seedling. Lu Qing almost laughed. After a few more words of greeting, Deng Yang waved goodbye and went back to training. Kai Zongming was relieved and said, Seems like he's easy to get along with. What are you worried about? If there really is a thorn, I can handle it with one hand. Lu Qing sensed Little Ming's worry. But you go to America once a month, and each trip takes 15 days. If we really meet a strong freshman with bad character, we'll be in a difficult position. Kai Zongming looked at Lu Qing with disdain. We can't beat them, and we can't control them. What else can we do? Gang fight. It's not like Peng Liyun and Ren Li, who are in Dan's stage, will come. Why don't you wait for me to come back and deal with them? Lu Qing didn't think it was a big deal. Good martial arts are so amazing. Why do I feel like I've been bullied and called for help? Kai Zongming laughed at himself. If you really want to call me your parent, I don't mind. Lu Qing deliberately dragged the last word. Get lost. Little Ming said concisely. In the dormitory of the Academy of Arts, He pushed open the door of the small dormitory. She looked around and asked, Jin, where's Xiaoling? Mu Jinyan looked away from the computer screen saver and pointed outside. She went to the balcony to answer a call. Well, I have something to ask her. He explained casually and went out again. She waited outside the glass door of the balcony. She waited for 2 minutes but didn't hear any voice outside. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned the doorknob and entered the balcony. Looking out, she found Yan Xiaoling squatting in the corner, biting her lips with red eyes. What's wrong? He asked with concern. Nothing. Something happened at home. Yan Xiaoling stood up hurriedly and wiped her face, revealing her signature silly smile. You came to the balcony to make a call too. What a coincidence. No, I just came to ask you one thing. Are you going to participate in this semester's special training? Heezy returned to the topic. Special training? What does this mean? It means I'll have to say goodbye to lazing around in bed, and I'll have very little time to watch TV, QQ, or play games. Yan Xiaoling hesitated. Didn't you say you wanted to participate in the special training last semester? You said you had perseverance and willpower. You even downloaded a training app to supervise yourself. Do you want to prove it to me? Heezy mocked deliberately. And the result? I persisted for 7 days. Yan Xiaoling answered evasively. Then she said confidently, you know me. I'm always short-tempered. My interest will be gone soon. You're quite proud. Heezy was speechless. The next morning, after the training, Lu Qing felt the complete transformation of his body. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yan Zhika. Coach Lu is coming online. Chapter 491. September 1st was Monday. In the martial arts arena of Songqing University, the members of the special training team gathered again after 2.5 months. Since they had just won the championship of the National University Martial Arts Competition and had improved a lot during the summer vacation, everyone was full of smiles and high spirits. Box, your face seems to have gotten rounder. The carefree Wang Dali glanced at him casually and greeted a familiar teammate. This semester, he had shaved his hair until only a thin layer was left. Coupled with his naturally fierce facial features, at first glance, he looked like a person who had just been released from prison. Heezy showed him what it meant to kill with her eyes. She made a disdainful gesture and said, so what if my face is round? Did I eat your food or wear your clothes? Believe it or not, I'll draw your little yellow rabbit tonight. Since I was young, I've never lost weight. What can I do? I'm desperate too. Little yellow rabbit. Only then did Wang Dali remember that the round-faced girl in front of him was a famous artist in the Academy of Arts. Her use of a hand-drawn tablet was superb. She had once created a collection of pictures called Hot-Blooded Martial Arts Club, which was very popular on the internet. Of course, whether or not she had actually drawn a little yellow rabbit in private was a matter of opinion. Just as Wang Dali was thinking about whether to be stubborn or beg for mercy, Kai Zongming, who was wearing a white martial arts suit with black edges, came out of the locker room. He looked around and said with a smile, we have 2 tables of mahjong. There were only Sister Wen and senior brother Li Mao left in the senior year, and there were only him and Cheng in the junior year. There were 4 sophomores, Heezy, Wang Dali, Jin Lu, and Mu Jinyan. Including the new student Deng Yang, there were a total of 9 special training members. However, Cheng was a part-time coach and had to fly around, so he was not included. After the recruitment, there should be 20 of us, right? Li Mao looked forward to the future. There were many freshmen who were willing to try the special training, but they usually couldn't last long. Those who could come once or twice a week for martial arts lessons were overcrowded. So, President, you have to cherish us. Organize more activities to improve everyone's cohesion and develop a sense of community. Heezy suddenly suggested with a serious expression. Then, she added with a bright smile, for example, we can hold a do diju competition or a werewolf killing game. After getting along with her for almost a year, Kai Zongming knew that although the round-faced girl in front of him looked cold and elegant, she was actually a chatterbox once they got familiar with each other. Thus, he didn't mind and teased her, aren't you and Yan Xiaoling known as the dumb duo? Can you even play werewolf? Meow, meow, meow. Since when did we have this nickname? It must be because he often stayed with Xiaoling and was dragged down by her. Heezy pointed at herself and said, President, you have to live up to your conscience when you speak. I look smart, how do I look like Xiaoling? I've even learned how to play werewolf kill. What insights? Kai Zongming asked casually. Hezi smiled and glanced at the next door. She replied resolutely, kill Dali first if you can't solve the problem. What did I do to provoke you? Wang Dali was implicated, which made Mu Jinyan, Jin Lu, and the others burst into laughter. Deng Yang arrived amidst the joyous atmosphere. Everyone was amazed by his vigorous qi and blood. After Kai Zongming's introduction, they were even more confident about the future of the martial arts club. They were no longer worried about the possibility of a break in the club. At 7:56, Lu Qing stepped into the martial arts arena and walked to Hezi and the others. He smiled and introduced himself, from today onwards, I'm your coach Lu. Ah. What? What? Surprised voices sounded one after another. Mu Jinyan and Wang Dali looked at each other with a blank face. But don't worry, I'll be a part-time coach this year. I believe I still have the ability to guide you. The school will also send a former martial artist to be a teacher, but he'll mainly be the team leader. Sister Wen, you're in your 4th year and should be busy looking for a job. There are some things you don't need to do by yourself. Find a few helpers and train them, Lu Qing said slowly, neither too fast nor too slow, gradually calming everyone's hearts. Although there was no physical invulnerability Mighty One as a coach, it was the same as having a new inhuman heavenly son. Anyway, most of the time, there was no difference between Coach Shi and not existing. At this moment, they only felt that Lu Cheng was the pillar of the martial arts club. As long as he was still here, the martial arts club would not collapse. Okay, I'll ask Xiaoling if she has time to do more things. Li Xiaowen nodded with a smile. Besides being lazy and fussy, Xiaoling doesn't have any other shortcomings. Hezi complained in a low voice. Lu Qing smiled and looked around at the crowd. While choosing his words, he opened his mouth and said, you didn't waste this summer vacation. Let's set a small goal for this year and strive to have a new dance stage fighter among you. Since it concerned themselves and they were all young and energetic, everyone was complacent. They talked about the future and all kinds of information about the threshold of dance stage. According to Coach Shi, only those who could perform force concentration could be considered to have entered the martial arts world. No matter where they went, they would have a good life. Lu Qing listened with a smile. When they were almost done with their discussion, he cleared his throat and said, let me tell you about my experience when I broke through to dance stage. As soon as he said that, everyone held their breaths and went completely silent. They looked at Coach Lu with eager eyes. Although there were many dance stage experts sharing their experiences on the internet, no one could be sure that the person on the other side of the computer was a cat or a dog. How could it compare to a live high-ranked dance stage expert explaining it personally? Lu Qing pondered for a few seconds and said in a mellow voice, back then, my master only gave me 10 words, human body Big Dan, round and bright. Human body Big Dan refers to the integration of all the forces in your body into one, forming a whole. When you practice, you can't leave any blind spots. You can't stop practicing just because you don't need it. Round and bright means that your force, qi, blood, and spirit are smooth and transparent. This requires everyone to polish it bit by bit and get rid of the impurities in all aspects. You can't be too fast or too anxious. What I just said is all about polishing. The most important thing is the word bright. This refers to the state of the soul, which is also the will. I remember that an ancient person once described it like this, my heart is bright, what else can I say? The so-called will is why you practice martial arts and how much you are willing to pay for it. This is not something that can be solved by shouting a few slogans or doing something stupid out of excitement. You have to constantly reflect on yourself, explore yourself, and truly find the strength that moves you. Then, you have to put it into practice again and again to polish it again and again so that the will can truly condense and take shape. Maybe everyone thinks that this is very simple. Then let me give you a bad example. Everyone has dreams, but how many people can really practice and fight for it? And how many people can persevere and not be defeated by setbacks and difficulties when they start practicing and fighting? This kind of saying is more like chicken soup without considering other practical factors. You just have to understand the spirit. Based on his own experience, Lu Qing talked about how he searched for his inner strength and condensed his martial arts will in a more down-to-earth manner. He Zi, Deng Yang, and the others seemed to be deep in thought as they listened, not fully understanding. Coach Lu's words are all solid. This kind of discovery is almost impossible. You might need to do something to find it. There is a reason why the monks of Xinjiang's Theravada practice asceticism. Of course, it is not to learn how to beg, how to skip lunch, or how to torture yourself. Instead, it is to think about what is the most suitable method for you. Lu Qing looked calm and had the bearing of a master, but in reality, he was sweating profusely. Being a master and a coach is not an easy thing to do. Clearly, he had already grasped the knowledge, but to express it clearly and completely was not easy at all. The description just now was at most 50% to 60% of what you really mean. Alright, that's all for today. Take your time to digest it. Don't be anxious. Look for me if you have any questions. Lu Qing secretly exhaled. Now, let's move on to the pole standing practice. Yes, Coach Lu. Everyone replied in unison. After that, they looked at each other and smiled. The feeling of being united and striving for good results in the nationals was back. When they returned to the dormitory, He Zi saw Yan Shaoling had just climbed out of bed. She pretended to mention casually, Coach Shi has returned to the Ice God sect. We are Coach Lu now. Coach Lu. Yan Shaoling had one foot on a slipper and the other on the ladder. Yes, Lu Cheng. He Zi turned around and smiled like a flower. I want to go for special training. Yan Shaoling was excited. I want to receive personal guidance from Lu Cheng. 3 minutes of enthusiasm, He Zi coldly threw back the words. Yan Shaoling was speechless. She slapped her thigh and said, Oh my, I forgot I haven't registered yet. When are you recruiting special training members? After the first-year military training. He Zi changed the topic. Shaoling, what's wrong with you these 2 days? You don't seem to be in a good mood. She was on the verge of crying when she was on the phone with her family. Yan Shaoling's lips quivered a few times before she sighed and said, It's nothing much. Anyway, it's like going home. It's like living under someone else's roof. I want to earn money as soon as possible and have a home of my own. He Zi didn't ask any more questions. She squeezed out a smile and said, I thought you were being bullied. If you really need help in the future, just tell me. I'll fly to Yanling to help you. With one arrow, thousands of troops will come to my aid. She didn't expect the usually happy Shaoling to have such experiences and sadness. Box, you are the best boyfriend. Yan Shaoling regained her mood and gave him a thumbs up. He Zi smiled and nodded. Well said. I'll make sure you wake up on time and memorize vocabulary and homework every day. Ah. Yan Shaoling's face was even more bitter than before. Ding. Lu Qing heard a text message. He picked it up and found that the 500,000 yuan prize for the King of Youth League had arrived. He now had a little over 2,450,000 yuan in savings. He didn't have to worry about the cost of being a flying man for a year. By next year, he would have entered the professional martial arts circle and wouldn't have to worry about income. He took a screenshot of his balance and sent it to Yenjika. Clenching fist expression, I'll wait for September 14th. Well, before that, I have to go through the inspection and change my professional 8th pin certificate to professional 5th pin. Chapter 492. September 7th, Sunday morning, Songqing Martial Artist Association's indoor training ground. Can we begin? Lu Qing tightened his sleeves and smiled at the 3 examiners in front of him. He had obtained his professional certification in Songcheng, so he could come here to change his certification. However, both the Provincial Martial Artist Association and the capital had specially dispatched personnel to the scene to conduct a joint examination in the name of justice. Sure, let's begin. The leader, the white-haired old man, nodded his head pleasantly. An inhuman below the age of 21. Who knew how far he could go in the future? Even though he was a senior high pin and had a high status in the martial arts world, he didn't want to offend him over such a trivial matter. There was a saying in the martial arts world that one would rather bully an old man than a poor young man. Lu Qing cupped his hands and bowed. He walked to the side of the field and faced a hanging sandbag. He lowered his waist slightly, allowing his qi and blood to flow back to his lower abdomen. He felt empty and vast, but also as though he had shrunk into a ball, round and terrifying. His Dan qi gushed out. Lu Cheng's muscles swelled and became distinct. Following which, he shook his shoulders and threw out his arms, as though he was going to move forward. During this process, his fist penetrated the air current and burned with a layer of red flames, as though he was wearing a violent glove. Boom! His fist hit the target, but there wasn't a dull thud. Instead, there was a commotion akin to a bomb exploding. The entire sandbag suddenly disintegrated. Every grain of sand seemed to be covered in a circle of red. Following the turbulence of the impact, it shot forward, making whooshing sounds that made one's scalp go numb. When all this was over, a conical fan formed in front of Lu Cheng. The range of the sputtering made the examiner's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Emperor Yen Force, indeed lived up to its name. To be able to use the real, formed, and complete Emperor Yen Force, while using force concentration, it was enough to prove that he had completely transformed and was no longer an ordinary person. Heroes indeed come from the young. The white-haired old man clapped and smiled. There are no more problems on our side. We'll send the signed certificate back to the headquarters in the imperial capital later. Wait for about 10 minutes and go straight to the office to get the certificate. Although the other two examiners were a little annoyed that the white-haired old man had acted arbitrarily and announced the end of the examination without consulting them, they couldn't make a fuss about it because he was a senior and the matter was simple and clear. They could only pinch their noses and say with a smile, "Congratulations, young friend. Songcheng hasn't had an inhuman for many years." "Sorry to trouble you, seniors," Lu Qing replied politely. After chatting awkwardly for a few minutes, he said goodbye to the examiner and went to the office to wait. Not long after, he received the certificate of professional fifth pin from the staff. There was a serial number, a name, and a red seal. The whole process of getting the certificate didn't take more than 20 minutes. For Lu Cheng, who was well known for his strength, it was indeed just a formality. He exhaled, spread out the certificate in his hand, and snapped a picture. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. When he had come to collect his professional 8th pin certification last September, he had never thought that he would be able to enter the high pin next year. He had even planned to participate in 1 or 2 ranking events. Plans can't keep up with changes. Now, they can officially call me a high pin of Dan stage. Lu Qing put away the certificate and showed the picture to Yen Zhika. He flirted with the girl for a while before uploading it to Weibo. Without any words, he clicked publish. The certificate itself contained thousands of words. After scrolling through everyone's congratulations and praises, Lu Qing walked along the corridor toward the entrance of the City Martial Artist Association. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly saw a familiar yet strange figure enter the building. Seeing him, the newcomer was a little surprised. Then, he suddenly understood and said with a smile, "You're here for the certificate of professional 5th pin?" "Yes." Lu Qing glanced at him and muttered in his heart, "Who is this guy? He looks quite familiar." The newcomer had a common buzz cut. His facial features were ordinary, but he had a calm temperament. He didn't notice Lu Cheng's doubts and sighed with a smile that didn't haze. "When I lost to you last year, I was quite unwilling to accept it. Who would have thought that in just a year and a half, I would be left far behind by you? Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly remembered who he was. He was Peng Qingguang from Mingwei Martial Arts School. He had fought with him in the preliminaries. At that time, he was 24 years old and had already obtained the professional 9th pin certificate for 3 years. His chi and blood were at the peak of that level. His punches and kicks also had a hint of withdrawing. He was one of the most difficult opponents to deal with outside of the Dan stage. This classmate had become famous at a young age. He was a popular martial artist of the body refining stage in Songcheng and had won the favor of many big martial arts schools and aristocratic families. However, in order to maintain the independence of Mingwei martial arts school left by the old school master, he would rather practice ordinary martial arts than be annexed or separated. He stubbornly shouldered everything. Because of this, he had been stuck at the threshold of Dan's stage for a long time. Looking him up and down, Lu Qing showed a sincere smile and saluted Peng Qingguang. Should I congratulate you too? Peng Qingguang's exuberant qi and blood had been completely restrained. As an experienced person, Lu Qing knew very well what this meant. Peng Qingguang accepted the salute calmly and replied with emotion, I just broke through recently. I'm also here to get my certificate. Sigh, I can't compare to you. After saying that, he saluted Lu Qing and congratulated him for entering the inhuman stage. Both of them weren't very familiar with each other. After a few words of greeting, they bid each other farewell. Before leaving the door, Lu Qing turned back and saw Peng Qingguang disappearing at the corner of the corridor. He nodded thoughtfully. He looked up Peng Qingguang's information and found that he was still in Mingwei Martial Arts School. By working for the Martial Arts Association, he had exchanged for an average martial arts manual. In order to persevere in his heart, he had endured many years of hardship, facing temptations, setbacks, disappointment, and pain. He had never wavered. Even Lu Qing was ashamed of his willpower. After crossing the threshold of Dan's stage, Peng Qingguang would no longer have any obstacles before the inhuman stage. As for the future, Lu Qing didn't have enough foresight to see so far ahead. After leaving the small building where the association was located, Lu Qing went to the martial arts arena nearby. He took out his phone and opened the app to book a ride. At this moment, he suddenly felt thirsty. Hence, he turned to a nearby supermarket. As he picked out some energy drinks, he started to daydream about his trip to America next week. His longing for Yan Zhika over the past month flooded his mind bit by bit, igniting a sense of disappointment and frustration. Full of expectation, he imagined the scene when he met Yan Zhika again. Subconsciously, he began to consider what kind of expression and words he should use to communicate with the girl. Should he indulge his emotions and give her the warmest and most emotional hug? Or should he show his feelings and let her get used to it gradually? As he thought about it, Lu Qing had already filmed many episodes of TV series in his mind. They were all stories of romantic interactions between the two of them. Of course, as an adult man and a married man, it was inevitable that he would recall and look forward to some things that were not suitable for children. He stopped this trend in time and took the iced energy drink to the payment area. Suddenly, Lu Qing stopped in his tracks. Because of his wild thoughts, he remembered something that he had to pay attention to. I'm already at the inhuman stage. According to Ku's grandpa, there's a small chance that I'll make Ku pregnant. I can't be as unscrupulous as before. I have to take safety precautions. Damn it, I haven't bought that thing yet. Should I go to the forum and ask about it? The title would be, How Do I Pretend to Buy Condoms Regularly When Buying Condoms for the First Time? Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. Lu Qing put down the energy drink and took out his phone. He flipped through page after page and already had a plan in mind. According to others, there were usually condoms in the checkout area of the supermarket. When paying the bill, he just had to point at it and the cashier would understand what he meant. There was no need for too much communication during the whole process. Cough. Lu Qing put on his black-rimmed glasses. Thickening his skin, he took the iced drink and queued behind the checkout line. After 2 or 3 minutes, it was finally his turn. He glanced around sharply, trying to determine his target quickly. Damn it, why are there only chewing gum, lollipops, and batteries? Where's that thing we agreed on? Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. You want this? The cashier picked up a lollipop and asked. Lu Cheng didn't know how to explain. He nodded dumbly, took out his change, and took the iced drink and lollipop. When he was out of the supermarket, he came back to his senses and took a sip of the iced drink. What the hell was I doing just now? After finishing the lollipop, he stubbornly found another supermarket. He wasn't in a hurry to act. First, he did a thorough investigation and locked on to the location of his target. Yes, they have their own shelves. While there was no one around, Lu Cheng took a quick glance and found that there were several brands, each with different models. He didn't have time to search for which brand was better. He took a box of each model and activated the ice mirror. He calmed his emotions and went to the checkout line calmly, ignoring the occasional glances. After a while, he came to the front of the cashier. The cashier took a look at the dazzling array of boxes and blurted out in surprise, "You want all of them?" "Yes." Lu Cheng's answer was concise and to the point. The ice mirror was almost broken. The cashier looked at him strangely and didn't say anything else. She quickly went through the process. After paying, Lu Cheng carried the bag and walked out of the supermarket unhurriedly. He felt relaxed as he walked to the roadside. He felt like he had passed a difficult obstacle. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw that Zhao Chang and the others weren't there. Lu Cheng couldn't help but flip through the spoils of war. As he looked, another doubt surfaced in his mind. How do I use this thing? If I embarrass myself at the crucial moment, won't Ko laugh at me for the rest of my life? Also, there are different models and varieties here. After thinking seriously for a while, he opened the packaging and began reading the instructions. He took a few and went to the bathroom. After a while, Lu Cheng, who had solved all his problems, came out in a relaxed and happy mood. He happened to see Kai Zongming opening the door to the small dormitory. "Hey, Cheng, you look like you're in love. Are you thinking about going to America next week?" Little Ming teased him. Lu Cheng was surprised and asked back, "You can tell." "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Kai Zongming replied proudly. "You're going to America next week. It would be strange if you weren't in love these few days." "I can't tell, but I can deduce." Lu Cheng was stunned. He was once again impressed by the Casanova's strength in this aspect. After that, a week finally passed in his mind. The date of September 14th jumped into his eyes. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.